What's the most embarrassing thing you did as a kid that you think about to this day? Me and my friend were playing with some robot dog toy or something, but it died. Went into my parents' room knowing the dresser beside their bed had a package of batteries. We rummaged through the drawer and accidentally stumbled across my parents' sex toy and some dirty magazines. Our immediate idea is to prank my older sister and plant them in her room. Ultimately we decide that would be too mean, since she wasn't a part of the discovery, and it wouldn't be funny to her. We grab the batteries and return to our dog toy. Anyways, long story short, my friend thought it would be funny to plant the dildo and mags in my room. I shouldn't have trusted her, but the second I went to the bathroom she snuck them under my bed. I didn't realize for the entire weekend. Monday morning at school, she comes up to me dying of laughter and asks what my parents said. I didn't really get what she meant. Then she spilled the beans. My parents still do, and Born magazines are under my bed frame. Cue to me running home after school praying to God my parents don't realize what is missing from their bedside drawer. My mom's acting funny when I get home. She asks how my day is. I say fine. She tells me she cleaned my room for me in this really weird tone. My stomach drops, and I'm like fuck. Great. My parents think I actively stole and used their dildo. I drop my bag off in my room and look under my bed and everything is gone. She definitely found the dildo. I was so shy and awkward I just faking avoided them for as long as possible. I should have just told them my best friend was pranking me, but the idea of talking to my parents about their dildo made me want to die. So I just didn't. So my parents have continued on to this day, thinking I took their dildo and Born magazines and hid them under my bed. Edit. Thanks for the gold. A little more info for those asking. I'm a girl. My relationship with my parents was awkward for a bit, but unaffected for the most part. My friend definitely was a savage. I intend to tell my parents about it, but they're really shy quiet people and they'll get all embarrassed also. I'm still awkward as hell and don't really want to talk about it. Maybe one day. I hid from my mother in masses or something when I was like 7. I thought I was being so funny as I jumped into different clothes racks. I remember the staff looking for me too, and I hid inside a long jacket as they came by. I was sneaking around for about 20 minutes or so, and I remember making my way back to my mom when I found a security guard talking to her as she started to get upset. He said something like, "From what we can tell he's still in the store. He has been running between the coat racks hiding from everyone." That's when she burst out in tears. She yelled my name, and I popped out right behind her and said, "You got me." She turned around and grabbed me, gave me a huge hug. I will never forget the face the security guard gave me when she hugged me. It was like, yikes, you stupid kid, you're in big trouble when you get home. It never occurred to me that my mother may have thought that I got kidnapped. 20 years later, and I'm still bad as at hide and seek. Edit. Wow, this blew up overnight. After reading people's responses, I want to address 2 things. If your child ever does this, do not smack them at the store or when you get home. I probably deserved it, but my mother actually just sat me down and explained why she was worried and the dangers of doing that in public. She told me that I cold been taken very easily and it's not safe. I explained to her in perfect 7-year-old logic, if nobody can find me, how are they going to kidnap me? She laughed and just made me promise to never hide like that again. I'm actually still absurdly good at hiding. I've always had a knack for sneaking by and evading people. Misdirection is key. And yes, I played a lot of Metal Gear Solid and Splinter Cell games. Went on my first date at around 13 to Finding Nemo with a girl and her friend when it first came out in theaters. Ate a bunch of popcorn with a huge soda and ended up sitting through the last 30 minutes of the movie having to pee so bad. Being an awkward early teen, I didn't want to get up and awkwardly crawl through the packed movie theater, so just endured the pain. Afterwards, I ran to the packed bathroom and waited in line behind a ton of other men awkwardly for a urinal. Finally, one opened up in my line and I rushed up to it only to realize that the base of it was at my crotch level, so I basically had to pee upwards to get it in the urinal. I had to pee so bad and felt so awkward about the whole situation that I started peeing but didn't want to be even more weird and look down at where I was peeing in front of all the other men waiting to piss. So I just kinda stood on my tiptoes and stared at the wall, initially getting it in the bowl, but then becoming unaware of where my pee was going. I ended up spraying the front of the urinal, getting my entire lower front covered in piss bouncing off the contaminated urinal and soaking the floor and probably the guy's feet next to me. Upon finishing my giant pee, I realized the sheet I was in as I had to meet my date and her friend outside the bathroom along with walk past the line of guys waiting to use the urinal behind me. I ended up rapidly pretending to spray myself with water at the sink and then walked out with my sweatshirt on, but with my hands in the front pockets stretching it down, trying to cover up my crotch and upper thighs. I rapidly said bye without a hug and hopped in the front seat of my mom's minivan and rode home smelling like pee. It was awkward. 7th grade. Wrote way too much self-insert fanfiction about my cute teachers. Examples: cute science teacher. A terrible story about my self-insert character being a shy student with a deep interest in science. The teacher invites her for a one-on-one soil sampling expedition in the mountains. Suddenly, a blizzard comes, and we have to huddle together in the cave for warmth, and naturally, he begins to see her differently, and falls in love with her. Lots of cringy what makes you different makes you beautiful kind of dialogue in this one. Cute tennis coach. Wrote an underdog story about him singling out my self-insert character as a clumsy yet hard-working diamond in the rough, training her extra hard in one-on-one sessions. Soon, she gets so good that she's about to achieve her dream of becoming a state tennis champion. But when my character gets a debilitating arm injury from a drunk driving accident where the drunk driver who hit her dies, coach helps her find her physical and mental strength again. Also, he falls in love with her. I should add the character wasn't driving, she was too young. She was a pedestrian, and yet somehow the driver dies. Cute drama teacher. The self-insert character has an amazing gift for acting despite her sloppy and unassuming appearance. The drama teacher goes full Henry Higgins on the protagonist Eliza Doolittle, turning her into a polished and confident young woman. And yes, the play they are putting on is My Fair Lady 2, which isn't at all too on the nose. After the student who's playing Henry Higgins and his understudy, the protagonist's best friend, get food poisoning from eating the same pizza, the drama teacher is forced to take over his spot on opening night. I had just learned about food's danger zone in class and wanted to share my knowledge that you should never eat a pizza that was left on the counter overnight. After acting together with the self-insert character on that fateful day, he begins to see her through new eyes and falls in love with her. Cute history teacher. I guess history teachers are too boring to be written about, so he got inserted into a totally different role. My self-insert character was a pioneer woman / homesteader who crosses paths with him on the fateful children's blizzard of 1888. She's a widow who never had a chance to fulfill her dream of having children before her husband died of cholera on their long journey to settle in Nebraska. I played a lot of Oregon Trail. He never had a chance to find a wife because he was an escaped indentured servant. Together, they have to rescue the children before they all freeze to death. After some of the kids' parents die in the blizzard, the self-insert and teacher-insert characters adopt the orphans, get married in a tree cathedral, allow the Santa Claus is common to town Rankin base special, and presumably live happily ever after. It wouldn't have been so bad if it was kept private, but my older sister found the notebook and would cry with laughter about it along with her cool friends. Edit. I'm really glad you all are enjoying my terrible stories. I do a lot of freelance copywriting now, terribly unromantic in comparison, and this reminiscing makes me want to dip back into fiction writing a bit. Boy do I have an embarrassing story. In elementary school for P.D, we were playing sharks and lifeguards with that huge parachute circle thing that was the source of all happiness in elementary school. Something like 5 sharks were inside the parachute to start, and the rest of the class, except for a few lifeguards, were along the circle with their legs and feet inside the parachute. Then when the game started, the sharks tried to sneak up and grab your legs and pull you into the parachute. If you were lucky enough, one of the lifeguards would come and pull from the outside of the parachute to save you. Anyways, now that you know what the game is about, now I can tell my story. I was on the outside with of the parachute hoping I wouldn't get sucked into the parachute when some person comes along and instead of grabbing my legs or my feet grabs my shorts and proceeds to pull me in as hard as possible. So I yell for a lifeguard. The lifeguard comes over and tries to pull me back from being pulled into the parachute. Meanwhile I'm there defenseless with both of my arms being used to pull me out, both of my legs being pulled inward toward the parachute. I felt like I was Mr. Incredible and Syndrome's lair being stretched until I come apart. I to this day still have no clue who was under the parachute, but whoever it was, pulled my shorts right off and took them into the parachute not to be seen for what seemed like an eternity. Meanwhile the lifeguard was still pulling, so when my shorts flew off, I got instantly pulled out of the parachute, to then be laughed at by my class with me sitting out in the open with my white as underwear with my shorts nowhere in sight. I'm probably the only one who still remembers this, but it's still pretty embarrassing to me to this day. Edit, for visualization. My friend told me that saying "give me a blue job" meant "tell me a joke," or something innocent like that. I found my 8-year-old self saying it out loud to 4 of my sister's friends. There was silence. There were no blue jobs. Unsettling to this day. Another time this guy pulled a chair from under me just as I was about to sit, and I landed on the floor. This was at a dinner somewhere by the pool, and I was probably 12. To avenge this, I saw him standing next to the pool and thought I'd push him inside the pool. I went for it except he moved, and I lost my footing resulting in me in the water wearing a suit. I was very mad at myself. I once got slapped by a faking monkey while I was trying to retrieve a ball that was under the tree that he was sitting on next to his food plate. I'll tell you this, monkeys have a lot of strength, and they are very quick. I was once texting a friend saying how annoyed I was at Mike. I sent the whole text to Mike who was sitting next to me. I was wearing pants that were too loose on the waist for me, and I fell flashing a great number of people. Need I go on? Edit, let's do some more. This isn't childhood, but I once took a customer out for dinner. We were joined by a friend of the customer who clearly had a drinking problem. He ended up having me drink a little too much, and I ended up blacking out. When I came to, the first thing I did was puke all over the table and the customer's friend. The customer took a napkin and cleaned my face. The next day in the office, the friend who I also puked on showed up wearing the same shirt. The customer and I exchanged this terrible look and turns out he was too wasted to remember anything. But we reminded him to ruin his day. I was 19 at the time. Just recently a doctor put his hand forward to check my pulse, and I offered my hand in handshake. My friend's dad wanted this box moved, but he said it was too heavy and asked our help. I said I can do it solo. As soon as I got it off the ground, it fell through, breaking my pinky in the process. The box had china in it which was promptly damaged too. I earned no points that day and broke the first bone in my life. When I first started driving, I saw this girl in the car next to me, and my god, she was beautiful. We were approaching a light, so we were slowing down, and to my amazement she turned and smiled at me. As I was still smiling back, I was abruptly stopped by the power of a parked truck. My hood went right under as it grazed, eventually stopping more than halfway through. Thank fuck it did. The truck had no damage whatsoever, and as I stepped out, he gave me the finger and left. The girl was gone too. Her smile cost a lot. Edit 3.0. I'm grateful that I was able to make so many of you laugh today. Embarrassing though they may be, I'm always happy to make others laugh with these stories. Please don't ask me why I did this, because I still don't know. And god, I hope no one I know reads this. I lived only about a minute or two away from my elementary school. Like, you go out on my front lawn and you see my school. So usually, when my mom would kick me out of the house and tell me to play for 2 hours, that's where I would go. So one day during, maybe 2nd grade, it's the weekend and I go out to play on my school's playground, and it starts raining. Like really hard. I look around, and there's no one in sight. No teachers going to their classes on the weekend. No cars on the street. Nobody trotting to their mailbox with their umbrella in hand. So for whatever reason, I stripped down butt naked. I take my clothes off, and I put them to the side and I just start faking running around but as naked. For maybe a solid 2 minutes. Finally, when my indescribable animalistic urge was over, I just put my absolutely soaked clothes back on and walked back home. My mom was wondering how I got that soaked. I took a hot bath and got a little sick the next day, and that's all that ever happened. I'm glad I at least don't know if I was seen. And Jesus Christ, imagine if someone did see me. How fucking weird of a sight would that be? I'm honestly surprised I didn't get in a shit ton of trouble with my mom or get Martha faking kidnapped. Also, literally never told another human soul this because I'm that embarrassed of it. How fucking weird. I lived in MA until I was about 4. Some of my earliest memories are of going to the gun shop with my dad. The proprietor was his close friend, and my dad was a hunter safety instructor. I was shooting handguns on outdoor ranges by the time I was 3. One afternoon, I was investigating the area behind the counter in the gun shop. Now, my dad was a drunk at the time. Whenever we went to the gun shop, the second stop was usually to the bar, and as such, his caretaking methods were lax, at best. So there's my dad and Mr. R, chatting away, and there's me, quietly prowling behind the counter, looking, but not touching. I came upon a doorbell button, and asked Mr. R, interrupting the conversation, why the doorbell was inside, not outside by the shop door. Mr. R kindly said that is not a doorbell, that is a silent alarm, that makes no noise in the store, but calls the police if someone ever came in here wanting to do bad things. So don't push it, because it's not an emergency, and we don't want to send the police a false alarm. No, don't push it. Well, I had already pushed it, of course. My dad and Mr. R were still chatting a few minutes later when a police officer came in and asked if everything was okay. My dad was embarrassed, and Mr. R explained that curiosity had gotten the better of a precocious youngster. I don't remember what happened after that. My dad was probably annoyed with me, but Mr. R was fine about it. In fact, more than 30 years and 2 states later, Mr. R came to my dad's funeral last winter, and I didn't realize he was the shop proprietor until he said, "You were so small the last time I saw you in the shop," and I put 2 and 2 together and said, "Oh. I pushed the button, didn't I?" And he laughed and said, "Yes you did," with a hug and a kind smile. Don't make me pick just one. High on the list. I was really lucky to have aunts and uncles who would always bring us gifts when we were kids. One year when I was 8 or 9 we had an aunt visit who had been estranged, but was now opening up to the family for visits. She came to see us for the first time in a long time, and while I was curious to see her again, I was downright excited for a new gift giver. Trouble was, no one told her about the family tradition. When the first day passed without getting anything, I figured she must be saving it for her goodbyes like grandma does, but as we got closer to her exit date the anxiety grew inside me as it dawned that maybe she had come empty-handed. This culminated at our last supper together, where after the adults discussed plans to get my aunt to the airport I broke down in racking sobs. At first the adults assumed I was sad to see my aunt go, but I was unable to keep the real reason to myself. I still remember the beet red faces of my parents as I implored them, tears streaming down my face, to drive us to the mall. That there was still time for her to get me something. I met up with that aunt recently, and she asked me if I remembered that. I told her it remains a constant source of shame. She said it was one of her fondest memories of me. There's many embarrassing things I've done, but the one that always haunts me every now and then is the grade 6 school talent show. We had a dance expert come to our elementary school to coach each class on a routine that each class would then present in one big show with our parents, teachers and the rest of the school watching. To add even more pressure, the entire show was going to be recorded so everyone could take a copy home as a keepsake. My specific class routine was a musical and instrumental number. Basically half the class did a weird interpretive dance with what looked like a face cloth that they'd throw and catch in the air a few times. Or you could stand off to the side and play a fake dollar store blow up musical instrument. Me, being prone to faking up, decided to go the easier route, so I chose playing a fake blow up musical instrument. My job was simple. I stood off to the side with 3 other classmates We pretended to play our instruments. Then midway through the routine we got a cue and the instrument players would have to walk to the middle of the stage, and we had a solo moment where we were in the spotlight and we'd pretend to be really getting into playing our fake instruments. Then we'd walk back to where we were and keep pretending to play off to the side. So you might be thinking, okay, all I have to do is pretend to play a shitty fake instrument, walk a few steps to center stage on cue, continue playing said fake instrument, then walk back. Easy. He couldn't possibly fuck that up, right? Wrong. Show day comes, and it's our turn. We assume our positions on stage and I see the dark auditorium full of white noise, a bunch of excited parents, and the red light of the camera recording our show. Gulp. Okay Markham 6246, you got this. I'm playing my fake instrument with my 3 other classmates, and I'm getting really into it. Really selling this performance. Then suddenly I hear the cue. But was it the cue? It sounded kind of like it, but it could have also been someone from the audience making a similar noise. I turned to my instrument bandmates and said, was that it? Do we walk out to the middle? And they all nodded yes. Go. Okay, this is our moment. I walk out to the middle of the stage, strumming the fuck out of this fake blow up guitar. Confident as ever. I get to the middle and where are my bandmates? Why are they still standing in the corner laughing at me while playing their instruments? Fuck. Immediately I realized that wasn't the cue. I got mixed up. So I immediately ran back to the corner and casually kept playing my instrument, completely red in the face as my bandmates are dying of laughter next to me, and realizing I just faked up and embarrassed myself in front of the entire school, our parents and teachers. But also this was being recorded. There's now recorded evidence of my fuck up for everyone to take home and laugh at me at. I was mortified. In retrospect it probably wasn't that bad. The parents and teachers likely laughed and thought it was adorable. I mean, this is an elementary school talent show, so the bar isn't too high, but nevertheless I still think back to this and cringe at how I was front and center stage when I faked up. That's my story. When I was in 11th grade, I became really close with a girl on my lacrosse team. Since her parents were divorced, she usually spent the night at my house once a weekend. One time, she finally invited me over to her mom's house, where her younger brother and sister were also staying that weekend. She had just given me the tour of the house and left to go to the bathroom while I changed to swim. To this day I think it's hilarious to scare people, so naturally I hid in her closet waiting for her to come back. Except it wasn't her closet. It wasn't her room at all. I actually was hiding in her younger sister's closet. All the bedrooms in the house were generic like guest bedrooms, since the kids usually stayed with their dad. I just assumed my friend left me alone in her room. When I heard her come back from the bathroom, I waited 30 seconds and opened the double door closet with a loud boo. Her little sister screamed, started crying, and ran out of the room. I was mortified. I had to explain to my friend and her mom why I decided to hide in the closet. I still had to spend the rest of the night there, and I was never invited back. Fast forward 7 years and I'm a long-term substitute teacher for the district I went to. I've just finished graduate school, and I'm extremely nervous to be subbing, especially because you never know how the kids will act. I was taking attendance for the 12th grade class I was going to be teaching for the next few months when I saw the name of the sister on the roster. The whole 3 months I never mentioned the closet situation and I hoped she didn't remember it. On the last day of school, she asked me in front of the entire class, "Why were you hiding in my closet?" I wanted to die. As an Southern Alabama born American with English relatives, I have learned the subtle idiosyncrasies of each English language variant. While in England, I was taken to a public farm that was set up to be an educational experience for youngsters. At some point I milked a cow. Now, because I was a window licker, my brain decided all cows were black and white, and that because this animal was just brown, it was therefore not a cow. It couldn't be a bear, because it didn't have claws. It wasn't a zebra, because it didn't have stripes. So, by process of elimination it was a horse. Keep in mind it was just a brown cow. What I haven't mentioned yet was that my family in the UK are very respected. formerly high-level British Air Force officer, and Her Majesty Navy lead nurse, both serving in WWII. They also attended AJD, graduated from Oxford Uni. They set their kids up in private high-level boarding schools to advance growth and promote proper people line. So, very nose up, tight upper lip, usually condescending people. Not overly fond of Americans either due to the lack of civility our country seems set on showing off constantly. So when exiting the farm, and I turn to the farmer and shout very loudly, in a strong Southern American accent within earshot of around 100 people, "Hey mister, thanks for letting me milk your horse for the white stuff." Roll Tide. In grade 7 French class, we had just gotten back from lunch and our teacher began explaining a project we would be working on for the remainder of the class. My best friend, who sat beside me in that class, turns to me and goes, "I really need to pee." She has her hand raised to ask the teacher if she can go to the bathroom, but she is completely ignoring my friend. I see the look of urgency on her face and tell her she should just go, and she replies, "I am." Sure enough, I see pee slowly pooling around her chair and go into problem solve mode. The teacher finally shuts up and we are allowed to move our desks around to work on this project. Luckily her and I were partners on this one. So during all the commotion, the first thing I do is grab Kleenex to soak it up, afraid it would smell. It was winter, and so it wasn't the only puddle of melted snow in the room, and I shrugged it off as that in case anyone was watching/listening. I then explained the situation to the teacher. She told me to go to the office and grab a spare pair of uniform pants for her. When I get back, my friend was in the washroom and I wondered how she made it there without anyone noticing. Apparently the teacher just started dragging her out of the classroom while seated on the chair and told the class the chair was broken. LMAO. I don't think the class ever clued in. She was also sleeping over at my house that night, so she had spare underwear. My mom had to wash her pants/underwear, but was super cool about it. I hope no one on here remembers a time their classmate got awkwardly dragged out of class on their chair. XD. When I was a kid, my family and I took a vacation to Ocean City, New Jersey. It's a great family-friendly beach town with a boardwalk and lots of fun stuff for kids. That fun stuff includes several little shops on the boardwalk where you can buy hermit crabs. It was great. All of their shells had different little paintings on them, and you'd buy your own little wire cage for them to climb on, and food, and a little sponge for them to drink out of, and little plastic trees and gravel, the whole 9 yards. So with the allowance money I'd been saving all year, I bought 2 little guys to bring back home. I was so excited. End of the week comes, and we get to the airport to fly home. I'm very concerned that they won't let me take my new pets through security. This is pre-9/11, so things aren't as stringent as they are now. So my concerned 7-year-old self runs up to the lady at security and shows her my pets. Then, I say, loudly enough for the entire security line to hear, in my high-pitched 7-year-old voice, "Excuse me, I have crabs." To which the nice lady at the front says, "Well, you better do something about that, honey." The entire line, including my own parents and 2 older siblings, is dying laughing. I have no idea why, and I'm embarrassed and confused. I start to cry, and my mom retrieves me. I didn't understand the context until much later. My mom still tells that story to every new girlfriend she meets. When I was around 9, my friend and I had a crush on this teenager we would see in the park. We got this idea that he would be impressed with us if we gave him a present and did a dance routine for him using the park as a stage. So we practiced a dance to a Steps song. They were really popular in the UK. I'm not sure what song without listening to the most popular ones on YouTube and torturing myself. We also collected things we thought were nice and wrapped them up using Christmas paper, mostly glittery notebooks and things that were our favorites. The presents made actually no sense because why would a teenage boy want a glittery notebook that's pre-owned? We didn't see him in the park except for in a huge group of teenagers that made us too nervous, so we got the idea of going to his house instead. My friend found out where he lived somehow, and we snuck out of the park to walk the 15 minutes to his house. Neither of us were allowed to leave the park and wander in this area. We started knocking on doors asking if anyone knew him. Eventually we found the right door and his mother opened the door. We told her we had a present for him, and his mother just stood there looking at us for ages. She asked us how we knew him, clearly thinking he's a Beto or something, and we said we loved him. She dismissively told us she would give it to him, and we should go home, and that's when my friend told her we had a dance prepared for him. She stared at us like we were total freaks, which we were. When we went into secondary school not that many years later, he was in the final years of school, so we had to see him every day. I doubt he even knew who we were, but I felt sick with embarrassment whenever I saw him. I was in elementary school, grade 6, and we had just started Sech edition. The teacher was explaining the different kinds of Sech, and got on to oral Sech. Me, being the smart little Latin kid I was, raised my hand and said oral just means mouth, so oral Sech must be talking about Sech. We are having oral Sech right now. Needless to say, the teacher started laughing, and the other kids who knew about it started laughing as well. It was all fun to tease me about it for the rest of that year, but cut to next year. Grade 7 Sech Ed class again with a different teacher, but I have all the same classmates. We get on the same topic, different types of Sech. We talk about vaginal and anal and I don't say a word. Then we start talking about oral. I'm trying super hard not to make a fool out of myself again when the other kids are reminded of what I said last year and start laughing. The teacher asks them what's so funny. The teacher realizes they are talking about me and shifts her eyes to me. I just blurt out they're laughing because I found out what oral Sech was the hard way, meaning I was embarrassed in front of my 6th grade class the year prior, but no one took it that way. Hahaha, I'm still laughing at how stupid I was while typing this. I was way too innocent. My teacher and all my classmates started laughing their heads off. My friends or I were always trying to be the class clown, so this was pretty funny. Still, every year or so my grade 7 oral Sech statement gets brought up every now and again. TLDR thought oral Sech was talking about Sech in grade 6, then made my teacher think I had oral Sech the year prior. Please go easy on me. There's too many to count, but I got a sliver from an old wooden teeter-totter on the last day of grade 2 and a teacher had to stare at my bearers to get it out. Then they took away the teeter-totters. I peed into a garbage can. We were on an overpass trip in junior high because I drank too much iced tea at dinner and the hallway to the washroom was locked. I dug this giant hole in the backyard when I was like 10 and my parents were pissed. In grade 6 I gave this giant presentation about Star Trek to the kids in grade 5. They laughed at me and I started crying. Also in grade 6 I jokingly pulled out my friend's chair when she was about to sit down and she hit the floor hard and started crying. In grade 8 I straight up said to a teacher while waving my hand through the air like a GD, "We are not in this hallway," when he told us to stop hanging around outside the gym. He just shook his head at me. In shop class, grade 8, I hid under a table and cried when the teacher was mean to me. We got called into the principal's office after we photocopied like 100 pictures of our librarian's face, cut them out, and put them around the yearbook office. I wrote this story in grade 3. It was like a fully illustrated book about cats going into space and the teacher noticed and made me read it in front of the class. I was in elementary school, like 4th or 5th grade. My family was on the poor side, so I usually got my sister's hand-me-down supplies and whatnot. I'm a guy. That will be important later. It was the first month of school and that year I got my sister's old backpack and some old notebooks and stuff like that. I should have gone through the backpack to make sure she didn't leave anything in it. During class one day the teacher told us to take out our planners, to write down the week's activities and deadlines, and whatever. Our planners were these cheap notebooks with a spiral thing that bind the pages together. I grab my planner and pull it out of my backpack, my sister's old backpack, and plop it on my table, but there was something hooked on the spiral on the bottom of the planner. It was a pair of my sister's panties. By the time I realized it, everyone else at the table had realized too. To make matters worse, instead of trying to explain the panties away, mortified, I quickly grabbed them and shoved them back in my backpack. Why the fuck did I do that? I should have thrown them in someone's face and accused someone of planting them. And of course 2 of my classmates at my table were the most popular beaches in school with the biggest mouths. So by the end of the week my entire grade knew I, a dude, brought a pair of panties to school. Why my sister had a pair of panties in her backpack. No faking clue, but it ruined school for me for the next few years. So I was at a friend's cabin for the weekend. The cabin belonged to her grandparents and we usually went out for a weekend or two in the summer. We stayed in a room with bunk beds and hung out in there most of the time. One night, we had been playing this really old board game we found under the bed but got bored, so somehow we decided to play Harry Potter instead. We took apart 2 croquet mallets and used just the sticks as wands. We were shouting spells at each other and waving them vigorously, and I found it utterly hilarious. Unfortunately, I really had to pee, and while I lunged wildly to hit my friend with an Expelliarmus, I peed myself. Even more unfortunately, I had forgotten my pajamas and had borrowed her grandmother's nightgown. And to top it off, we hadn't cleaned up the board game, so I had lunged one foot into the open board game box. So yes, I peed myself in front of my friend, in her grandmother's nightgown, waving a croquet mallet at her shouting Expelliarmus, and pissed right into the board game box below. Aside from the fact that this was the most humiliating thing I had ever done in front of another person. I then made the mistake of hiding the evidence. We pushed the board game under the bed, and the next day I gave back the nightgown like nothing had happened. But every time I hung out with my friend for the next several years, she would smugly and subtly mention the incident in a way that made me think she would tell whoever else was in the room. My heart would start jackhammering, and I would beg her quietly to not say anything. That sheet was traumatic. I was so ashamed, and every time I went to the cabin after that I didn't dare look under the bed, though I was sure there was a musty smell that hadn't been there before. Around the age of 13 to 15 me and my 2 or 3 other friends, all male, would always come to my house to hang out because my mom was, and remains, well pretty faking cool. Anyway, we would always go up to my room and play video games. Sometimes we would play hide and seek with the lights off, all kinds of shit. We were always inventing new games to play inside the house and out. Well, somehow, and to this day I still cannot imagine how or why, but it became a game for me to turn out the lights when all my friends were in my room, hunt them down, and dry hump them ferociously. This is not a joke. I had a bunk bed, so they would try and hide up there, or in the closet, no pun intended, and their motivation to hide was legitimate because if I found someone, they were getting humped. Over time this game devolved into me using humping as a weapon. Beat me in Mario Kart? Humped. Play a trick on me? Humped. Try and hump me as revenge for humping you? Even more humping. It eventually became a deterrent. Don't do that or for a buck we'll hump you. It was never sexual for me, and I don't know why I did it. I think I did it because in that time, at that age, the worst thing an immature straight boy can imagine is getting humped by a guy. So to torture them, I just made that a reality. It's normal for boys to challenge each other and try to find the thing that annoys each other off and kind of play with that dynamic. Side note, my room was right next to my grandma's room. She eventually witnessed the closed dry humping and heard the noises from all the running away and climbing and shit. She must have thought we were all gay as the day is long. I only have one memory that stands out from the rest. When I was a kid, I really wanted an iPhone. I'm 25, so when I was a kid, they were new. I looked online, and they were about $250 with a contract. When Christmas came around, my single mother, who was relatively poor, bought me a phone. But it wasn't an iPhone. I remember crying as soon as I opened it, and I saw my mother's heart break. I ran upstairs, and wouldn't come out. I looked up online, and the phone my mother bought me was also $250. So in my mind, why didn't she buy me the iPhone instead? It seemed like she did it on purpose. This was before I understood what contracts were. I still think about this memory all the time. Not because I didn't get an iPhone, but the way I reacted. It was by far the worst thing I've ever done. My mother just wanted to make me happy, and I acted like a spoiled brat. She cried literally all day in her room, and it didn't matter how many times I said I was sorry. After I realized how shitty I was behaving, she wouldn't come out. Later that night, when I was laying in my bed, she came in and snuggled with me and all was forgiven. Every Christmas since then, I don't ask for anything. It's become sort of an annoyance for people trying to shop for me. I refuse to tell anyone what I'd like to receive for gifts. I have mentally shifted my focus on giving and being thankful for what I receive. It feels dirty to ask for anything. I also don't want to make anyone ever feel the way I made my mom feel that one Christmas. I've been dying to share this story and oh my, this is the perfect place. This happened in kindergarten, so I would have been 4 to 5 at the time. I went to daycare at a family friend's house right across the street from ours most days after school. The bus drops me off right by my house and the daycare lady wasn't waiting outside, so I went to my house and was alone for a little bit. I got the bright idea that I wanted to teach my dog, a little terrier with long fur, how to cut hair. I took a pair of scissors and cut a little bit of her fur off, not a noticeable amount, and was like, okay, now your turn. Wanting her to cut my hair or something, I don't know, lol. So in order to show her, I took the scissors and cut a large chunk of my hair out. My hair was long, thank God, but I freaked out trying to cover it up as the daycare lady rings the doorbell to pick me up. We go to her house. She notices the missing hair right away and calls my mom to tell her. Mom comes home and she is pissed off. Now obviously I'm not going to tell my mom that I wanted to teach the dog how to cut my hair. I'm not stupid enough to let her know how stupid I was. I kept telling her I didn't know how it happened, but eventually came up with the idea that I would blame it on a kid at school, so that's what I did. I picked the kid that annoyed me the most, who just happened to sit behind me, and suggested that he probably did it. My mom gets in touch with the teacher to explain what happened, and sets up a meeting with the teacher and the kid I blamed and his mom. I came up with a story as to why this kid would cut my hair. They believed me, and he was just completely in tears. I don't know if anything ended up happening to that kid, but we stayed in school together until 6th grade with this weird tension. The thought of trying to teach my dog how to cut hair and then blaming a totally innocent child for my patch of missing hair has haunted me to this day. I grew up a pretty sheltered and innocent girl, as did my 2 best friends. In middle school, they often walked to my house after school to hang out until their parents could come get them. One day when we were in 7th grade, we heard through the rumor mill that one of our classmates had given an 8th grade boy a blue job. We had no idea what a blue job was, but the way everyone was talking about it, we thought it must have been something pretty scandalous. So that day after school, one of us had the great idea to Google it. So we are sitting there in the computer room at my house learning for the first time what a blue job was, and it absolutely blew our innocent and naive minds. We kept clicking on links, reading more about it with our eyes getting as big as dinner plates and our jaws dropping. People do this. We ended up opening a Word document and copying and pasting all the tips and tricks on how to give the best BJs from Cosmo's website, good old Cosmopolitan magazine, because we were still flabbergasted and wanted to come back and read it again a different day, purely educational. I had my own user profile on the family computer, so when I saved it under some innocuous name, I assumed it would stay hidden. A few months later I suddenly remembered our educational experience and went to find the document. My stomach sank through the floor when I opened it and discovered that all the blue job info I had pasted had been deleted, and in size 20 font, bolded, my mother had written, "If we ever find anything like this again, we are going to have a serious talk." I could not have been more mortified. To this day my mother has never mentioned it. I'm 29, but it still makes my stomach churn when I think of it. The only reason we had done it was because we were so sheltered that we couldn't believe it was a real thing. We just wanted to learn more. But I wonder if my mom and stepdad were sitting there thinking their innocent 12-year-old daughter is actually some freaky sex maniac going around giving super fancy blue jobs to all the boys. In the 5th grade, my mom would pack my lunch and often give me too much food. Because of this, I would often give my food to others in the class. One day, unnamed classmate asked for food and I didn't give it to him. I think they were Aureus. We'll call him Jamie. Instead, I gave them to a female friend, who I kinda had a thing for, but was too afraid to ask out. We'll call her Rose. Jamie had admittedly asked first, but I didn't get butterflies in my tummy when I hung out with Jamie, like I did with Rose. Jamie was obviously devastated by this. He proceeds to ask me, incessantly, why I wouldn't give him the Aureus. I couldn't just tell him I gave it to Rose, because I liked her because I was, admittedly, too much of a bussy. He asked and asked and asked, and pleaded with me to know why he didn't get an Aurea. I looked Jamie in the face, in a moment of frustration and desperation, to get him to stop asking, and let me work Rose, and say it, because you're black. At that point in my life, I'd never seen my words have such immediate and dramatic effect on another person. Jamie lets out a shriek of what I can only call heartbreak. He breaks out crying immediately, and walks away with tears rolling down his face. I instantly felt like a giant piece of shit. From that point forward I was pretty much ostracized by the rest of my class except Rose, and one other friend. I don't know if 5th grade me was a little racist or just desperate to bang Rose. I still feel deeply guilty about it to this day. Way back in high school, does that count? We were in creative writing class. Teacher liked to expand our horizons and whatnot, so we had a segment on plays and improv. He split us up into groups of 4, and we had like 10 meters, probably less, to come up with the basic outline of a story involving 2 known heroes and villains. Back then, I was a very insecure, self-conscious shy kid. But I was aware of it, and trying to overcome it and all. By sheer chance, I got paired with the 3 weirdest kids in class. One guy, we'll call him Tom, who was this tall lanky guy who was just loud, socially unaware, and impulsive. There was, who we'll call, Ashley, a short, stout, spray-tanned girl with much the same personality quirks as Tom. And finally, there was Nativa, a very quiet girl I knew from elementary school. So I do my best to try to push our team to think of something. Tom decides he'll be Superman. Ashley and Nativa agree that some rando characters from Mean Girls will do. And I can't think of diddly squat, so I pick Darth Vader. We decide to have Superman and Vader fight, while the 2 others commentate. Cheer? I don't know. So I try kind of pushing them to come up with something more, but that's it. That's all they want to do and they're satisfied. They've started having fun with their free time. So we start. My worst nightmares come true. Every other group has these detailed stories complete with conclusions, dialogue, twists. There was even an entire trial against none other than Darth Vader. Even my character was already taken. We get up there and announce our characters. I'm just kind of holding a calculator case to my face pretending to have mask. Our teacher gives us the go ahead and Tom puts up his dukes. He bounces up and down on his feet like an all too ready boxer. I pretend to put up my invisible lightsaber. He bounces his way over and basically runs me over. I wasn't expecting it, and Tom is a tall dude, so I topple over and frantically try to stay in character by screeching I am your father. I knocked some desks to the side and fell to the ground. All the while, Ashley and Nativa are just standing there, never doing or saying anything. My teacher ends the fiasco with, "We have a lot of work to do." I wouldn't have minded laughter. Laughing at me, laughing at the situation, any of that would have been fine. Even an awkward "this is weird" kind of laugh. But no, instead I was met with a wall of awkward silence from the class as we finished. I actually moved out of state for the following school year, but that was for totally different reasons. Not that I was complaining for the chance to restart, lol. Well, it's undoubtedly not as embarrassing and funny as the other stories here, but it's my own most awfully embarrassing moment, at least that I can think of. So, let's say I used to be a very well-mannered boy who was never heard cussing in our friend group. I was also kinda shy, and at the time, I don't think I was older than 8 or so. I was one of the few boys in our group that was ashamed to talk about sex and stuff. Most of us learn it really early on where I live. We were playing something like Truth or Dare. Most of the questions were sexual, so I figured it wouldn't be a good idea to choose truth as I didn't want being asked questions of that nature. I chose Dare. It was a mistake. They started with something mildly inconvenient, and because we could refuse to do a dare one time I chose not to do the first thing. Next thing they told me was to fuck a tree. Shit. I really didn't want to do it. There were people passing everywhere, plus I wasn't that kind of boy. They pressured me so much that I decided fuck it, I'ma do it and be done with it. So I went and started moving my hips back and forth, slamming against the tree. Did it for about 15ish seconds because they wanted me to do it for some time. I heard muffled laughing and giggles behind me, so I stopped. So I turn around and see them recording me with a phone. There weren't smartphones yet, just phones with shitty cameras that also had internet. Unfortunately, I panicked more than I ever had and started running towards them. They recorded me panicking and screaming too. Nice lol. What if my parents saw that? I thought. What if they show it to everyone? My reputation would be permanently damaged. After some screaming and begging, they stopped recording. I was crying so much lol. Next day they told me they had uploaded it on the internet and a lot of people saw it. I started crying again and begging them to tell me it's a lie. They just laughed at me. They were the teasing type of friends. So, guess what I did that same evening? I typed little boy bangs a tree in Google and all sorts of similar bullshit. Nice one. Makes sure I don't always sleep at night lol. I looked for an hour, maybe more, just to not find it and dread on it even more. They told me they lied a few days later after they had finished teasing me. What a stupid boy I was lol. Hope this doesn't go completely unseen. When I was 6 there was a school assembly. Before it started we were specifically told not to make any noise or fidget. We all sat there on the floor, legs crossed, probably around 120 kids aged 4 to 10. The headmistress was taking her time showing off the other kids' shitty artwork and handwriting, and the urge to pee was building. I knew I wasn't allowed to disrupt this important ceremony, so I focused and willed my bladder to calm the fuck down. But that didn't work. I could feel the hot piss building up in my underwear before it bubbled out the leg holes and spilled down into my shorts. I looked down, and for a few seconds I thought I was safe. I couldn't see a single drop of urine. I thought maybe it wasn't as bad as it felt. I relaxed so much that my bladder decided to see how far it could push it. Round 2 of the urine expulsion commenced, and as it started to leak out across the floor I did the only thing that one could do to avoid disrupting the headmistress's holy ritual. I started sweeping it back underneath myself. It took around 10 seconds for another kid to notice and shout ooh, and what seemed like 1/10 of a second for every other eye in the room to be firmly fixed on me wading in this golden pool of shame. I was taken away, and I'm assuming the assembly ended there. I had to wear the tattered old clothes of what I assumed was children who had died while at school for the rest of the day. On the plus side, I was allowed extra lunch for some reason. So get ready for this one. When I was around 15 years old I had the privilege of living just a few houses down from my girlfriend at the time. We grew up together from maybe 5 years old and both knew each other's families very well. The one exception was her mom. While she was always around, meaning she lived there, they weren't separated or anything. She was Korean. Born and raised there, and spoke very little English. We lived in the US by the way. More on that later. Anyway, as 15-year-olds might do, we would mess around a lot. Like jackrabbits some would say. Not necessarily proud of it, but it is what it is. Well, one of the things we did was I would sneak over to her house in the middle of the night, sneak in the window and just do whatever. Sometimes it was just lay there together, other times we might watch a movie, other times we'd fuck 3 or 4 times. One night, even though we had no plans to meet up, I decided I was going to surprise my girlfriend and sneak in. We used the spare bedroom for our late night get-ups and her bedroom was right next to the spare, so I planned on just going to get her. Plan, right? So I proceed to do so. She always left the window unlocked, no screen, so I could get in and out easily. Well, to my surprise my girlfriend was already in the spare bedroom and in bed. So I thought to myself, perfect. Here I come, already rock hard af looking forward to what is next, and I slip into the bed next to her. Well, the thing about her parents was that they never slept in the same bed. A lot of times her mom would sleep in the front room on the floor. As my luck would have it, for some reason she decided that she wanted to sleep in the spare bedroom that night. That news didn't make it to me as we had no plans to get together. By the time I noticed it wasn't my girlfriend, it was too late. It was dark, and they had about the same build. I must have been extremely good at slipping into bed unnoticed. And her mom must have been a deep sleeper, and one hell of a strong snuggler. As soon as I got in she clung to me, and wouldn't let go. It took about 3 hours for me to figure out how to get her mom to release her grasp on me as she slept. I was so afraid to get caught. Worse yet, to get caught with a dick hard aff and her mom who I'd be unable to even communicate with. Somehow, by the grace of God, or whoever the fuck was watching over me, I was able to make an escape unnoticed. Never once told my girlfriend what happened. Kept the secret till just now. I dodged one hell of a bullet. But I'm ashamed till this day about it. TLDR, used to sneak into the spare with my girlfriend to fuck in the middle of the night. Ended up slipping into bed with her mom instead. Spent 3 hours trying to pry away from her grip without waking her. Got away unnoticed, and have kept the secret till now. I participated in community children's swim team, called Age Group. My family moved districts during the summer and age group started before school, so I had a few practices in before I went to my new school for the first time. At one of our practices, this different guy shows up. He's kind of grumpy, he has this mustache and ate his glasses. He is the high school swim coach. Well, call him Stash. During practice, a small group of us were picked out to be coached by Stash. He picks up a boy, maybe 8 years old or so and small, has a small boy in a speedo lay face down on the diving board, and gets on top of him to move his arms and show us the mechanics of swimming. My brink of puberty mind, coached by my mother in an attempt to protect me, screamed stranger danger. Why is he touching this boy, who is pretty much naked? At the time my definition of pedophile was limited to someone who touched kids when they weren't dressed. In my mind, Stash equals pedophile. Few days later, I'm riding the bus for the first time and sit next to a girl. We start talking and find out we are both on swim team. We were being coached in different areas because she was more advanced. I really like her and think I made a friend, one of my first, and start to open up. She asks about what we were working on. I tell her I was in Stash's group last practice. She asked what I thought of him. I tell her, yeah, he was touching this boy during practice. He put him up on the diving board and was moving his arms, and it was really weird. I think he's a pedophile. She get a horrified look on her face and I keep going, describing how weird it was, and maybe exaggerating a bit. She blurts out, "That's my dad." I'm still horrified. Now before Adit freaks out and assumes things, I want to note a few things. Stash taught at the high school and had 2 daughters. The daughters were some of the most well-adjusted, genuinely kind, confidently self-assured girls in school. I don't have a single bad thing to say about either one. Stash coached the high school swim teams and was just really intense and legit, just trying to give immature children a lesson in body mechanics. I had the same lesson from him again in high school swim team, and understanding the context, the touching was definitely not inappropriate. He did our high school dances, was well liked. I never ever heard a bad thing or any rumor that he was inappropriate with anyone. Looking back and recognizing how I could have ruined his career by misinterpreting the situation and spreading rumors to try to get someone to like me, and an alarmed adult escalating the situation, absolutely horrifies me. When I was about 12 years old, my parents informed me that I was going to a sleepover/trip to an amusement park with a family I didn't really know. I had met the husband and wife briefly at a wedding or something. The husband had a daughter my age from a previous marriage, and this was his visitation weekend with her. I was the entertainment and guest for the amusement park. Well, my mom homeschooled me for 3 years at this point, and I had no social skills. As an only child, I didn't know how to act around other children, and I was too familiar with adults because I only interacted with my parents. I don't remember a whole lot about that weekend, except that I felt horribly awkward and scared the whole time. Every time I tried to make it better, it just got worse. For some reason I thought that if we just acted like we were a big family having fun, it would be fun. So I tried to jump on the dad's back for a piggyback ride. Except he didn't know it was coming and threw me to the ground. I cried and hid in a back bedroom. When my parents came to pick me up, I heard my mom talking to the stepmom. She said, "I don't know what's wrong with your daughter, but she was terrible. We don't want her here ever again." My mom apologized profusely, and then we left. My mom said she had never been so embarrassed in her life. I never really got over it. I was a really good kid generally. I made good grades. I tried to be helpful and empathetic to everyone. But I was also really lonely. And whenever I thought about reaching out, I would remember those words, and I'd cry, knowing that someone saw me trying my best, and said I was a terrible person. I know she was wrong, and the whole situation was faked, but I think about that weekend at least once a week, more than 20 years later. There was a part of my childhood I wish I could forget. Scratch that, every part of my childhood. There are some things you just never forget, no matter how hard you try. I have so many cringy moments that it's hard to choose just one for this, but this is one of those ones that I'm positive still gets brought up years later at parties and social gatherings. It was 7th grade, I was about 13. I just moved to the area, so it was a new school with all new people. I was the new kid, and we all know how awkward that is. I tried way too hard to fit in, so people would like me, which ended up backfiring and making everything worse, which by itself is an entire novel of embarrassing moments, or rather, one uncomfortably long moment. On top of an already uncomfortable situation, I single-handedly went and made everything worse. Thanks, teenage hormones. The classes were a blur rather than one that stood out. History, or rather the history teacher. He was young, barely twice my age. I finally understood what tall, dark, and handsome was, and damn was it delicious. I looked forward to the class that I normally would have hated, just so I could stare at him. I studied harder than I ever had, or ever would, truth be told, so I could confidently raise my hand and answer every question, right so he would notice me. I'd raise my hand and correct his spelling or grammar if I didn't know the answer, because I just wanted his attention. He coached soccer, so it became my new favorite sport. He loved Grey's Anatomy, so suddenly I did too. I would fantasize about things that would be considered illegal, immoral, and just plain creepy. I'd imagine all the scenarios in which he'd fall in love with me and have his way with me, and then I would have his babies. I got so caught up in my fantasies that I would write them out as erotic romance stories, so I could play out every last detail in my head. This alone is creepy and weird, but it isn't an embarrassing moment, if only you know about it. It becomes embarrassing when someone discovers your business secrets. What makes it even worse is the way it happens. It was the last day of 7th grade. Time was running out. Desperate for a way to leave my mark, I started writing for the last time. My hand shook as I penned a note describing in full detail my creepy crush along with a proclamation of love. I poured my heart and soul into the letter, then folded it and tucked it into the front pocket of my jeans for safekeeping. I'm really not sure what I expected to come out of it. I mean, I knew it would have been impossible and illegal, but I still had a sliver of hope that maybe he would realize the feelings were reciprocated. Suddenly overcome with anxiety, I decided the best way to deliver the note would be to leave it for him to find, so I could avoid direct confrontation. At the end of the school day just before the buses came, I snuck back into the classroom and was about to leave the note on his desk when I heard someone coming down the hall. I started to panic, so I put the note in the hood of his sweatshirt instead, trying to play the whole thing off as forgetting something at my desk. Without seeing who came into the classroom, I raced out the door, down the hall, and outside to the buses without looking back. 7th grade was officially over. The cherry on top of this insane Sunday was a year or so later, when I tried joining his all-male soccer team under the pretense of thinking it was a co-ed team. When I was in kindergarten, 4 to 5, not sure, I had this gym teacher that was fairly muscular with a loud intimidating voice. Fair enough to say I was petrified of her. One day in gym class we were playing a line game and were pretty spread out in our big gym. I had to pee really bad, but was too afraid to ask my teacher if I could go. So I just kind of went. There was a decent puddle on the floor and my pants were soaked. I just kind of played it off and no one questioned me. I got away with it for God knows how. Confidence is key, I guess. Later that day we were sitting in story time. At the time I had a boyfriend. Part of being a couple at our age was sitting closely and touching knees with each other. So romantic. Well, we touched knees, and he turns to me and says, "Why are your pants wet?" And with a straight face I replied without skipping a beat, "My mom puked on my jeans this morning and we didn't have time to dry them after washing them." He just goes, "Oh, okay, cool." It wasn't mentioned again. I think about it every now and again and only occasionally want to die. PS, my gym teacher is actually a really awesome, amazing lady whom I greatly admire. TLDR, I peed my pants in kindergarten during gym class because I was afraid of gym teacher. My boyfriend later asked why my pants were wet when he touched them. I said my mom puked on them and I didn't have time to dry them. He bought it. In first grade I asked my teacher multiple times to go to the restroom and she kept telling me to wait. Next thing I know, my seat is warm and the girl next to me gets up and whispers into my ear, "I think you tinkled." I was so embarrassed that I froze, which I guess confused her, but this little angel baby quietly goes, "It's okay," and discreetly got some paper towels and started cleaning up my pee for me. The worst part was I'd peed all over my Jeff Gordon notebook. I didn't even watch NASCAR, but I saw it at Walmart and thought he was handsome, and to this day I can't so much as see a race car without it soliciting a Pavlovian response and rushing to the ladies' room. One other cringe-worthy moment was when I was about 10. My mom bought me a long-sleeve black velvet top with a matching floor-length skirt with ombre rhinestones coming up from the hem. Pair that outfit with my black clogs, my heels, and I thought I was a force to be reckoned with. So when my neighborhood crush rode his bike over and asked to hang out, you best believe I ran inside to slip into something more comfortable, aka my black velvet furnace suit in the midday August heat. Things were going great, as a game of tag in Herman Munster clogs was sure to, until he noticed I was sweating profusely and said, "Are you okay? You don't look so good." I managed to confuse his clear concern for my well-being as a hit-on and countered with the only flirtation I knew. "Thanks, Olivia Newton-John." I leaned against the swing set and with my bangs plastered to my forehead coughed out, "Tell me about it, stud." He wasn't allowed to play with me after that, and I still think about it to this day. Was about 15. Needed to use the toilet on an overseas school trip, but my room and the inn didn't have a toilet, so I had 3 options. The communal toilet, the teachers' rooms, the girls' rooms. A dude who hadn't showered in 5 days was in the toilet having his first shower. He forgot to pack a towel and hadn't showered, so we forced him in. With the help of one of the junior teachers. Thanks, Ms. Kaur, if you're out there reading this. So that's the communal toilet out of the picture. I wasn't going to ask the teachers. That was the room for the female teachers. And one of them was my RCY officer who was known to be quite strict. So that's out. Although I did go back as an alumni to help out in the RCY, and she was so happy to see me. Hi, Miss Sham. The last option, the only reasonable option, was the girls' room. So I knocked on the door and asked. They said one of the girls was still showering, so I had to wait a bit. As a bonus I got to watch whatever they were watching on the TV. My room didn't have one either, at least one that worked. When she came out, she was only holding a towel and drying her hair with it. So I saw everything. I know, more embarrassing for her than me, but still. Had never seen a member of the opposite sex naked before. No, mothers don't count. She screamed really loudly and jumped back into the toilet, and I put my hands up and got out of the room. I did get to use the toilet in time though, so that's that. The girl wasn't someone I really spoke to before and definitely not after. More of those kind of things, where you knew each other existed, but didn't ever talk. Seems like she didn't hold it against me though. Met her at an IKEA after graduation. Though I only nodded in acknowledgement when she called out to me. Was going through some shit then. Mother had cancer. Terminal at the time. HM. This is a weird one I still occasionally do to this day, but not often, and nowhere near as much as in childhood. I don't have autism or any diagnosis as on the spectrum, but all my life, especially early childhood, I would do stimming type behavior common in ASD. No doctor really knew why, and my mom asked several, but since I was developing normally otherwise it was just chalked up to excitement or possibly an OCD thing, but harmless. As an adult, after trying to figure out what this was online, I believe what I had/have is called complex motor stereotypies. My 2 children also appear to have it, and my brother also occasionally had behavior similar to it, but to less of an extent. Stuff I did was holding my breath/breathing in weird patterns, crossing my eyes, shaking, moving/flapping my hands in front of my face, facial grimacing, pacing, and shaking my head side to side. Often I did these behaviors when lost in thought, excited, nervous, or feeling other strong emotions. It was like the movements were an urge, a physical way of getting my emotions out. I did them pretty frequently as a young child. Once I was old enough to feel embarrassed and to want to be seen as normal/not strange or overly noticeable to other kids my age. I learned quickly how to control it and almost never did it in front of people at school. However, I continued at home for some time. More or less cause home was safe, even if my mom didn't like me doing these behaviors and would tell me to stop. I knew my mom and my brother, who had seen me do them 100 times, wouldn't make fun of me. But I wouldn't do them in front of others and would be embarrassed to be caught. As an adult, though it's much less often, I still feel the urge to do these behaviors. Occasionally if I'm alone I do, but it was nearly every day as a kid, whereas now it's more like maybe once a month or so. My oldest daughter mainly flaps her hands when excited. My youngest does more varied behaviors like I did, rolling her eyes back, or going cross-eyed, shaking, grimacing, rocking on her feet, and toe walking. Oldest is otherwise neurotypical, youngest has speech delays, and was diagnosed as having ASD. 7th grade, Intro to Spanish. We were doing an exercise where we were supposed to use some adjectives to finish a sentence we were given. For instance, mi casa sy. So it was my turn, and my sentence was mi actress favorita sy. And I drew a complete blank. I couldn't remember a single adjective. The teacher was staring at me with his eyebrows raised, and all my classmates were turning around to look at me. So I decided to wing it, just say something, and if it's wrong, at least that's better than silence, right? So I said mi actress favorita es Pamela Anderson. And immediately my brain goes, what the fuck, that's not an adjective and I don't even know who she is, except apparently she has big tigs. Everyone started laughing, of course, and the teacher was like, okay, so you could say she's pretty, maybe she's nice, and then there was another long pause while he waited for me to actually do the exercise. But I was so mortified I couldn't have told him my name if he'd asked. I just stared at my desk until he said, okay, good job Mr. McFall, who would like to do this one correctly? People made fun of me for that until I graduated high school. As the story mutated from the actual event to McFall has a thing for Pamela Anderson and can't stop talking about her to McFall got caught masturbating to a picture of Pamela Anderson in implausible location. I didn't even know what masturbation was when the rumor started. Back in I'd say around 3rd/4th grade, I had a friend who had a pretty heavy problem with stuttering when he got nervous mostly. If he wasn't nervous he would be fine 90% of the time with little issue. In our group of friends we all knew this about him and accepted him for that, and when he would start stuttering real bad with us, we would make a joke about it to him, and that would normally loosen him up, and he would even laugh about it. Hell, he made fun of his stuttering problem more than any of us, and it was his way to, I guess, snap himself out of it. One day we were in English class doing the thing where the class would read a book together and you would read a single paragraph of it and then the next person in line would read the following paragraph and so on. Well, it came to my stuttering friend's turn, and it was like he clamped right up and was stuttering worse than ever, struggling to get even like 5 to 6 words together. Me being the genius that I was at that age, having just seen the Adam Sandler movie Billy Madison, thought now would be the perfect time to quote the scene where he pokes fun of the kid having a difficult time reading in class, where he says ta 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 today junior. So I did this a little louder than maybe was needed for all to hear, and as a result I had about 15 to 20 kids all looking directly at me like I had just kicked a kitten. Everyone except my friend with the stuttering problem, who was holding his mouth, clearly holding back laughter. He was the only one that found it hilarious and understood why I did it, while everyone else just looked at me and thought I make fun of kids with disabilities. In the end I got detention for like a week and my friend found that almost as funny. When I was 6/7 I had a taekwondo exam. Before the exam we had a lesson so we could practice our moves, etc. I really needed the toilet, but I was too shy to ask to go, and I wanted to fully practice before the exam. The exams were starting, all the parents and other students were sitting at the back of the hall, and I still hadn't gone to the toilet. I could feel it coming, it was inevitable. When it was my turn for the exam, I stood and waited for instructions for what felt like forever. And standing with your legs apart with your hands behind your back is not the most ideal position when you're desperately in need to pee. I felt a warmth trickle down my legs and I ran to the back of the room to my mum and whispered in her ear that I had wet myself and ran out the room towards the bathrooms. My mum found me in one of the stalls crying on the loo. She encouraged me to go back out there and finish my exam, and honestly there wasn't a single thing that I wanted to do less. But I wiped the tears from my face and the pee from my legs and went back into the exam room. As I went back in, they were mopping up around the place where I stood, so I stood in a different place and finished that exam. When I got home, my dad asked how everything went, and my mum told him about my accident, and they had a good laugh. 49 years later I can laugh about this too, and it's my go-to for embarrassing childhood stories, but there is always that sinking feeling of shame that no amount of laughter can shake. I was around 10 years old and had just watched Grease for the first time at a sleepover. The other girls at the sleepover loved the movie and would continue rewinding the tape to watch the scenes with songs multiple times to try to learn all of the lyrics. A few days later, our very conservative Christian neighbors invited my family over for dinner and board games. We had never spent time with them prior to this, so I'm not sure where the invite came from, but my parents accepted. After dinner, we started playing one of those trivia games where you get a card containing the names of celebrities, TV shows or movies, and you have to give clues to help the other players guess what's on the card. Finally, it was my turn and the card I pulled was for the movie Grease. Easy, I thought. However, although I had just watched the movie a million times just a few days earlier, I couldn't recall a single quote from the movie. As seconds ticked by, my team pressured me to say something, to give some sort of clue. In that moment, only phrase I could recall was from the song Summer Nights. When the men sing tell me more, like did she put up a fight? So I said it. And when nobody said anything, I repeated it a second time. If I had sang it, they might have gotten the reference, but instead, I thought it would be better to say the word slowly and clearly. Obviously, at 10, I didn't fully grasp the meaning of what I was saying. No one said anything. No one even tried to attempt to guess. Everyone in the room just stared at me or glanced at each other until the timer finally ran out. I remembering saying something like, "How could you guys not get this one? It's obviously Grease." Unfortunately, I didn't fully understand how mortifying the situation was until many years later, when I watched the movie again. Fought my entire grade 1 class. My uncle told me, joking around, that since I was new at the school, I needed to fight the biggest kid in the class right away, to let everyone know not to mess with me. It was garbage advice to give a kid, and better suited to prison. I was kind of melodramatic, and worse, I was raised on a diet of afternoon karate, Ninja Turtles, professional wrestling, and old Chinese action flicks. In all those damn things, you didn't get your ep by fighting someone. You fought their entire army, by yourself. So the first time a chance came up, I didn't hit the bully, I hit his friend, beside him. And then the kid beside him. And then I just started throwing fists. I had fewer fists than all the other children. I was a moron, and felt like a moron. To be fair, no one ever did bother me after that, with most of the other kids being either scared, annoyed, or just wanting to stay distant from me. As it turns out, kids don't want to hang out with someone who'd hit them. Who knew? That could have been the start of a much worse story, with no friends and all fights, but my mother was smart enough to switch me schools when my teacher got in sheet for telling the class that she'd had a miscarriage. I got to start grade 2 in a new place, with no reputation. And my uncle wasn't allowed to talk to me much after that. I went on a family vacation. One day I went day drinking with my dad. We went to a nice village spot and drank and ate good food. We had planned to have food with my grandma, uncles, and niece. They pick us up in this 8-seater van, and we drive toward our destination, which is an hour away. I was 18. I felt like peeing, but I was slightly drunk, and I thought I could hold it. The road got bumpy, and then one bump too many pushed me over the edge. You'd think I'd just pee myself on front of the family, right? Nope. I told our driver to stop right now, because I needed to pee. He didn't listen, and said next stop. I can feel my bladder rupturing from the inside. My insides burn and twist and it hurts. I'm just about to open the door of a moving car to piss when he takes the cue and pulls over. But too late. I feel the stream coming, and for some reason I thought it was a good idea to grab the head of my business, which let out a stream of pus which collected in my foreskin, and it kept building up. As I stood up, my hand slipped, and this spasm of pus squirmed inside my pants and through it, dripping onto my family as I faced toward them to get out from the back of the car. So I ran out half dripping in piss, knowingly pissed on everyone in the car, and then I run to the front of this house, nowhere else to pee, and start pissing on their fence. My dad comes toward me with the most straight face, and hands me a single ply tissue. I tell him thank you, tap a bit on my pants, and it soaks up immediately. Walk back to a silent car, avoid eye contact with everyone, and sit and pretend that I didn't piss on everyone and myself. The car smelled like pee the whole vacation trip. Probably still does. Oh my god, I've been waiting for this. The single most intense moment of guilt of my childhood. Big pointless story coming up. In the 5th grade I transferred to a new school, private to public. It took me months and months of awkward fumbling to get to know anyone, and no one wanted to be friends with me because I was a private school freak. My mom made me join the cheerleading team and go to all the stupid dances. After what seemed like forever, I got in good with the popular kids of 5th grade, just in time for this huge Washington DC field trip. My parents had just divorced earlier the same year, but had come together to send me on this trip, which was super expensive. It was super special to me. I looked forward to it for like 8 months, which is forever to a 10-year-old. I was rooming with these 2 girls who were best friends, and their mom was our chaperone. Girl A, named Bailey, was the ringleader of the whole school. She was so nice to me at first, and I was thrilled. Girl B was her sidekick. Almost all the girls on the bus had pillows from home with old pillowcases on them for our class to sign on the trip. Our first morning in DC, I wrote a joke on Bailey's pillow. We all called each other silly names as jokes, and that morning Bailey wouldn't wake up to the alarm, so I wrote on her pillow, "Wake up Moran, DC is waiting." Zuxuxo. I didn't mean anything malicious by it at all, was just joking around. She was furious. The entire trip she tortured me for that. Yelled at me on the bus in front of everyone, made me sleep on the floor in our hotel room because she didn't want to share a bed with me. Only 2 beds available in each suite, and Sidekick and Sidekick's mom had one. Called me names, had the chaperone yell at me, the whole 9 yards. I tried to scribble out my comment in Sharpie, but then she cried and said it looked even more ugly. Looking back, I'm sure they lied to the adult chaperone about what happened, because I was obviously a super timid, painfully awkward kid who wasn't a bully in the slightest. But I had no idea as to why everyone, even the adult in the room, seemed to hate me with a burning passion for the rest of the trip. I should have told a teacher, but I didn't, because I was afraid of getting in trouble for calling Bailey a moron, even if it was a joke. Anyway, it ruined my field trip and was like living in a shy 5th grader's nightmare for a solid week. She continued to milk the incident far into middle school, but after that everyone kinda knew she was the school bully and forgot about it / didn't care anymore. I couldn't think about the incident without shame until years later. So I'll say it now, go fuck yourself, Bailey. I stand by my signature beach. When I was young I started watching House Maryland. You know, with the asshole irredeemable diagnostician with a Vicodin problem. I have had, so this was the focal point of my hyper-focus for like 2 years straight. Let me preface by saying I've always been a super kind person, and if I don't have any self-confidence in anything else, that's been my one shining quality. I was about 15 at the time and I really admired this dude. I was going through a phase and trying to find myself. So I just made myself more and more like him. I developed a fake lump. I have always had bad gastric problems, so they gave me trazodone for pain. It's not an opiate or even a strong medication, and I took it like candy with no water. My high school had 2 floors and I took the elevator up to the 2nd floor every day instead of the stairs. When the administration called me on it, because I was obviously not handicapped, I told them my leg hurt and acted like a dick and continued to take the elevator anyway. I was a jackass to my best friend Joey and distanced myself on purpose. I quoted house every single chance I could get. I mean, my transformation was a weeks-long intensive process for a 15-year-old. Joey knew what was going on because we watched House together on NBC, even if we were at our own houses. We talked online and commented on the show. Eventually I got so bad and irritating that he and 2 of my other friends staged an intervention and were basically like, if you don't go back to being your regular self, we aren't going to be friends with you anymore, and you won't make any new friends because House doesn't have any friends because he's a dick. They each took me a few days a week and made me hang out with them and wouldn't let me watch House. I missed like 3 weeks worth of episodes. Eventually I stopped because I liked my friends and I realized I'm not actually a 55-year-old doctor with an addiction problem. I have never done any drugs besides weed, which I didn't even like. To this day I don't know why I did that, and it makes me anxious even thinking about how stupid I looked. Oh boy, my time to shine. So I was in middle school and actually was attending summer school. Fact math. Anyways, I would occasionally stop by my friend Sebastian's house on my way home from summer school. It was only maybe a mile or 2 from my house, so my mom decided it would be a good lesson for me to learn that when you fuck up in life you don't get any breaks. If I wanted to go to summer school and graduate on time, I needed to bike back and forth. It wasn't all that big of a deal. I wasn't resentful of her or anything for not taking me. She had work and she'd. Well, on my way home from my buddy Sebastian's house I had this golden idea. I thought it would be the funniest thing in the world to call my mom and tell her that I was in the back of someone's trunk. I didn't know where I was, and I was very scared and didn't know what to do. I mean, I was full sobbing on the phone, really putting all my 13 years of bullshittery into this act. I mean, I just about heard my mom's heart drop. She started panicking and was getting ready to call the police. I mean, she was freaking the fuck out. By the time she was in full panic mode, I had gotten into our garage, parked my bike and just casually walked in saying, "Surprise, I'm not kidnapped, ha 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 ha." Man, I thought this was the funniest shit until I turned to see my mom in tears at the kitchen table. A full-on flood of regret and embarrassment hit me like a ton of bricks. I haven't felt more horrible for something I've done since. I guess I was more embarrassed out of stupidity in the moment, but just thinking about it to this day makes me more embarrassed than anything. Kids do the dumbest shit, I swear. TLDR, lied to my mom on the phone at 13 saying I was kidnapped. I was riding my bike home the whole time, came into the kitchen, and saw my mom looking like that typical lady in your cliche murder movie who just found out her husband was killed. My friends and I decided to roll down a hill and see who could roll the fastest. I found the perfect spot and focus on my centrifugal force and show the neighborhood that a girl could be the fastest. That'll show the boys. I got to the bottom and saw that I was the first. I jumped up and down laughing and screaming, "That'll show you boys." Bahahaha. They started arriving at the bottom and saying, "Ooh, what's that smell?" The kids were gagging and screaming and pointing at me. I started to smell it. The smell was acidic and hot. It burned my nostrils and my eyes started to water. I tried running away from it, but it followed me. That's when everyone realized that I was covered in mud. I was covered in cold dog diarrhea. I had rolled in multiple pie. Lenabit on my way down. It was in my hair. It was all over my body. I couldn't escape it. Everyone started laughing and making fun of me, and I decided to run home crying. I get home crying and run into the house and my mom says, "Oh baby, what's wrong? Oh my god, get outside now." I felt abandoned. My mother had now disowned me and I was destined to live outside. This was my life now. She came out dressed in galoshes and a rain jacket. She then told me to stand in the driveway as she hoses me off. I screamed, cried, the way little kids do, like a high-pitched howl. I was holding myself and shivering and the neighbors came out to watch me in my shame. TLDR, I went from being a victorious winner and proving to the neighborhood that girls can roll down hills faster than boys, to being covered in sheet, mocked by the kids, banished by my mother, and hosed off in front of the neighborhood. I still freaking won though. I still can't believe that I actually did this, but here it goes. When I was probably around 11, I had a really good friend named Matt. We lived in this nice mountain community where there were quite a few wealthy people, including Matt's family. He and his family went to the same church as my family, and they had kids that were all similar ages to me and my siblings, so naturally our families gravitated towards each other. Anyway, Matt's dad had just bought a new boat, which was very nice, so he invited us all over for a barbecue and then took us out on his boat. So there we are riding in this incredible boat and I get bored because riding in a boat is fun for like 5 minutes and I'm there looking for something to do when I see this nail just sitting at the bottom of the boat. I take the nail and scratch the side of the boat with it a little. The water splashes up on it and the scratch disappeared. I thought that, since the water makes the scratches go away, I should practice drawing Sonic the Hedgehog, which was a favorite pastime of mine. I call over to Matt and proceed to show him my sweet Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails art that I'm scratching into his dad's brand new boat. It was good times. The boat ride ends after about an hour or so, and we go back up to their house for some dessert and to hang out some more. In the midst of playing Medal of Honor Frontline on GameCube, Matt's dad finds us and asks Matt to come with him. I'm like, whatevs, and kept killing Nazis. 10 minutes later Matt comes back accompanied by his dad and my parents. I should have felt nervous at this point because my dad looked furious, but I knew that the scratches were washed off by the water, so I felt pretty good. We walked back down to the boat where my dad proceeds to show me 45 minutes worth of Sonic the Hedgehog artwork. This was a very uncomfortable experience, not in the least, because I'm a horrible artist. To everyone's credit, there was no yelling, well, minimal yelling, and I don't remember getting in much trouble, which was probably chalked up to me being a stupid 11-year-old, but that was the last time that I went out on that boat and the last time we hung out as families. It's been just about 16 years now since that happened, and I can still vividly see the expression that Matt's dad had. On the plus side though, my Sonic artwork never got any better, so I haven't felt the need to scratch it into anyone else's boat. When I was 8, I shat my pants on the middle of class. No reason other than I was, and still am, a lazy fuck, and I probably tried to hold it in too long. Anyway, I shot up and went into the bathroom without signing into the bathroom sign-out sheet my school made us use. I locked myself into the extra large handicap stall, shat out the rest, cleaned myself up, and tried to do my best to wipe the sheet off of my boxers, but to no avail. So, I did what any rational intelligent kid would do in that situation. I took off my underwear, checked to make sure my mom didn't write my name on the tag needed for camping trips, balled it up, and tucked it behind the toilet. In hindsight, I could have put them in the trash can and just filled it with wet paper towels to cover it up. Oh well. Then, I put my sweet pants back on without any underwear on underneath and slipped out under the stall door. I guess I thought it would buy me a few more hours before anyone noticed the door was still locked and nobody was in there. So, I washed up and returned to class and nobody was any the wiser, except this one Indian kid who I was helping with math. I stood next to his desk and pointed at the problem he got wrong, and he said my hand smelled like poo. I tried to save face, so I brought my finger up to my nose and took a whiff, with a tear rolling down my cheek. I denied it. Ace lie. The next day, the boys from our whole grade were called into the auditorium for an emergency assembly. The school nurse explained the situation and that it was wrong to leave pup-filled boxes on the floor. She went on and on about how horrible it was and how the janitor was like scarred for life or something. She was so hysterical that I even started feeling a bit guilty, but I ain't no idiot. Finally, she asked us if we had any information to tell her or the school counselors in private. So, I, obviously being the smartest factor in the room, rose my hand and asked her what size were they. Now, I was a big kid, but I wore mediums. She said that we should be more discreet, but said it anyways. Boys mediums. I was trying to shift the blame So I looked to my friend sitting next to me and muttered the name of one of the popular kids. Suffice it to say, I was never caught and nothing ever became of the situation. But hell, I felt like I had committed a crime. Told this story on another thread once, but it got buried. When I was about 7, my friend invited me to spend the day over at his grandmother's house in the countryside with him. She had an enormous backyard with tons of trees, a big garden, gazebo, koi pond, and, unknown to me at the time, a sewage pond. My friend and I had been playing outside for a couple hours or so having a lot of fun, and I guess neither of us were really thinking straight. I was chasing after him, and suddenly he ran up to the gate of the sewage pond, which was behind a chain link fence, quickly opened it and rushed in. After running past the gate, I noticed what looked like a big patch of lightly colored grass, and for whatever reason in my excited mind, I jumped in, thinking it was a solid surface. I was completely submerged. A brown watery mix of sheet, piss and whatever else got in my eyes, ears, nose and mouth. At first, I thought it was just muddy water. I had never seen one of these things before. However, after climbing out, I noticed how shocked and disgusted my friend looked. After telling me what I had just basically cannonballed into, I was faking mortified. It didn't help that I had OCD and was a big germaphobe. I wanted to puke and started slowly walking up to the back porch shuddering, whereupon seeing me, my friend's mother and grandmother immediately busted out laughing. They had assumed I'd fallen in the koi pond, but after my friend told them what it actually was, they brought me a towel and led me to the shower. I had to wear some of my friend's clothes and he never let me live down the incident. TLDR, I jumped into a sewage pond as a kid and got soaked in sheet water. Not directly something I did, but in 5th grade we had a project where we had to invent some kind of way to eat spaghetti unconventionally and create it. Our parents could help us and then bring it into class so they could be tested out. I think the key was that you couldn't use your hands. After we saw each other's inventions, the class would vote and the winner would get a prize. My dad is an electrician and mechanic, so I had the idea to get him help me make a machine using switches made from those electronic rotating lollipops, so I could control a fork hanging over the spaghetti with a remote control mounted onto a board where the plate would go. Theoretically, it would be able to move back and forth and also spin around, so it could twirl the spaghetti onto it. We spent forever working on it, and I made it look all nice, painted it. It was so cool looking and worked great. I was so confident that it was going to win that we didn't bother testing it with actual spaghetti. Relevant later. On the deadline day our teacher cooked a huge pot of spaghetti and gave us all some so that we could see if our creations worked, and we learned it was going to be filmed. We arranged our desks in a circle and someone with a video camera walked from person to person and got them to show how their invention worked on film. I was so excited because I thought I was going to be the clear winner. When it was my turn, I showed the camera how the fork moved around and everyone seemed impressed. The plate of spaghetti was put underneath, and I moved the fork forward and dumped it all in my lap. The control for the forward/backward movement of the fork was too vigorous and it basically just scooped it all up like a spoon and threw it at me. And it was on camera. People laughed. I didn't win. That was more than 15 years ago, and I still think about sometimes. I was waiting in my lobby to be picked up by dad one day at around age 10. I really had to go pee, so I ran upstairs, lived with my mom, to use the washroom. She, I guess, in that 10-minute window decided to go out somewhere and so I was locked out. Ran downstairs to the laundry room to use the washroom, but it was filthy in there and the smell was unbearable. So like the little asshole that I was, I decided to open the washing machine and pee in there. Nothing happened after. No one saw me. I was in the clear and finally empty lol. Fast forward, my dad picks me up. We went to see a monster truck event that day in the Sky Dome in Toronto and my dad lost his camera. 3 days later I'm walking home from school and my superintendent says to me, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second about a camera?" I got so excited thinking maybe somehow someway my dad's camera was found, which would make no sense, but I was young and stupid. That's when shit hit the fan. She shows me footage of me and my little Wooly spinning in circles and urinating in a washing machine. Worst/embarrassing moment so far, I think. She actually told me she won't tell my mom if I help her around the building for the next month with some maintenance/gardening and a few other small things. Drove my little Tonka Jeep up to some chick that was broken down and proceeded to have more game in my little 5-year-old life than I've ever had in the other 20. Tiny little red Jeep rolls up. Tiny little me proceeds to go, "Hey baby, do you need help with that? I fix this thing all the time. I know tons about cars." Little me says this while pulling the plastic toy engine out from the engine bay, obviously trying to show my immense knowledge and badassery. Obviously this girl is wowed by my superior display of manliness. It's the only reason I didn't get rejected. "Oh, okay, maybe you can help me out then," she said as she watched a 5-year-old kid start messing around in her engine bay. In reality I didn't know a damn thing. The only car I ever worked on was plastic and battery powered. I really just sat there and acted like I was doing stuff and then told her alright, it should be all fixed. It was at this moment I knew I won her over. She asked to see my parents. Only now do I realize how much game little me had. I was a player, a heartbreaker, and a mechanic. TLDR 5-year-old kid spent half an hour hitting on a chick that was probably 15 to 20 years older than he was. 5-year-old me was more successful with women than the other 2 decades of my life. For context, this was the early/mid 90s, and I was about 8. I was home because I was sick with the flu and couldn't stop throwing up. My mom was in charge of picking up and dropping off our good neighbor's kids. She was probably only going to be gone for 10 minutes and the house alarm was on. She left me sitting at the kitchen table doing watercolors. I got annoyed and let out a cry of frustration. The house alarm went off. It was sensitive to sounds, and I had forgotten. I ran over to turn it off. Nothing. I kept entering the code. Nothing is happening. I'm freaking out and decided to call my grandma to ask her what to do. I kept hearing someone beeping, but ignored it. My grandma calmed me down and told me to answer the other line. I did, and it was the alarm company. I have them the password, and they told me cops were outside and to open the door for them. I was in my pajamas. I opened the door and 2 officers were standing there. They asked me what happened and everything, while I cried about them showing up. I was so mad and embarrassed I couldn't get the damn alarm off. They only stayed for a few minutes. Then my mom came home. She asked me what happened. I told her everything. She told me later on that my bad neighbor happened to be home, and the cops told her to pass along a warning about me being home alone. My mom was gone maybe 10 minutes. This whole story took place in that short of time. My mom from then on took me throwing up in the car to pick up the good neighbor's kids. Yeah, that was not fun. My 2 examples are both tactless and horrible. First, as a maybe 10-year-old at a birthday party, I was looking out the window and the door into the parking lot with a small handful of other partygoers waiting to identify whose ride was there. A van pulls up, and the pack of us run back down the hall screaming, "Nicole, your mom is here." To which I add, "Or your dad," which elicits appropriately horrified stares, because Nicole's dad had died in a tragic construction accident a month or so prior. Secondly, when I was around 15, and in the cafeteria at school, a small group of us were casually hanging out with our public speaking teacher waiting for the rest of the class. A couple boys filter through who'd forgotten something and are speaking quietly among themselves. What were they saying? A friend of mine asked. I rolled my eyes and proceeded to matter-of-factly explain the dead baby jokes trend the boys were into and give a couple lame examples. Right in front of the teacher, who not only was known to have been having trouble conceiving, had also recently had a miscarriage. I didn't even realize why the atmosphere turned so awkward until someone reminded me next period. In both of these examples, the tragedy was public knowledge and something I was perfectly aware of, just also something that was not on my mind when I opened my stupid mouth. I'm still mortified when I think of them. I'm sure I've done more embarrassing things, but for some reason this one sticks with me. I honestly think it has to do with the setting and the architecture of the building. I was probably like 5 or 6 years old, and I went with my mom to the bank. It was one of those gorgeous old banks. A huge open space and everything was like granite or marble or something. Hard surfaces, important for the story. Anyway, she's filling out a check or something on one of those tables with all the slips. The table is sort of in the middle of this massive open bank. I'm bored and I'm walking around. I go behind the table and decide to try and climb up the back. I grab onto the long slip organizing document tray which is the length of the table. I go to pull myself up and the thing isn't attached to the table at all. I pull the entire thing off the back of the table and it absolutely smashes into the floor. It bounces over and over on the granite/marble and it's honestly the loudest noises I had heard in my life to that point. It's echoing like the damn horn of Helm Hammerhand, and I'm frozen in absolute panic. It honestly seemed like it went on for 5 minutes, but it was probably like 10 seconds at most. I remember my mom being really cool about it. So were the people at the bank. I still think about that every now and then randomly, but always I remember it whenever I go into one of those old school banks or see/hear someone drop something that kinda bounces around and clangs and echoes. I was in 3rd grade. I just moved to a new school that year and wasn't having too much issues. One day towards the end of the day I had to go to the bathroom really bad. I got up without asking and took a pass to go, and apparently it wasn't the right time to. I got told to sit down. I decided I had to really go and proceeded to piss my pants right at my desk. I tried to stop, but once you start pissing you can't stop. My crotch was covered in wetness. Nothing that embarrassing has ever happened to me before. I tried my hardest to cover it with my shirt. It was so hard to, but I barely pulled it off. I actually told a couple friends about it, and they seemed to be empathetic, thank God. They didn't tell anyone, and were nice to me. I got picked up that day and my mom was kinda okay with it. She understood I really had to go. Fast forward to the next day and I did it a faking again. That time I told no one, and one of the friends I told yesterday was next to me while we were packing up and said I smell pee and I just tried to casually laugh it off. I don't know how I survived that year. If my dick of a teacher found out he'd probably embarrass me further. My mom was pissed that time. Edit. I almost forgot this story because usually I can't comment on any of these posts, but now I realize I have a ton of stories. There was once an old Korean couple running a discount store in my local store plaza. They would sell a mishmash of items, mostly just cheap antiques or discount toys. They were very nice, but English was not their first language. Well, one day, my mom decides that instead of taking me to the bank to deposit some money, she'd let me go to the discount store in the same plaza so that I could look at fun toys, and told me that if there was something I liked, I should show it to her and she'll think about buying it. So she drops me off inside the store and goes to the bank next door. I'm super excited because my mom just told me that I could find a toy to buy. I quickly browse through the selection of toys and spot a cool looking army man toy. I pick it up and decide to show it to my mom, who is outside of the store. So, 7-year-old me is practically giddy as I make my way over to my mom, and just as I open the door to leave, I hear an elderly man shout something from the cash register. I stop dead in my tracks and turn around to see a pissed off looking man make his way to me, speaking in a language I do not know. I'm obviously scared because I can't figure out what I did wrong to make the store owner so mad, and know he's yelling things in a language I don't know. He finally reaches me, and I was so scared that I couldn't properly explain what I was doing, and all I managed to say was, "I'm going to tell mom." He looks at me for a second, and then grabs a toy in my hand, and begins to try and yank it from me. I try to hold on to it, but he was obviously stronger than me, and he manages to take full possession of it. He then yells some more things in Korean, and says, "Get out of here, thief." I go crying to my mom, who is at the bank doing important stuff, and all she sees is her son bawling with tears. I tell her I want to go home, but she instead goes to the store with me in tow to try and figure out why her son is now crying. We get to the store and she goes straight to the register and asks the elderly man behind it why her son ran to her crying. He tells my mom about how I tried running off with a toy without paying, and my mom just looks at me, looks at him, and they facepalms. She explains that she was the one who told me to show her a toy that I wanted to buy, but she didn't expect me to leave the store before she finished at the bank. The couple running the store have a laugh with my mom. All parties apologize for the misunderstanding, and my mom buys me the toy. I then go on to tell this story years later on Reddit. TLDR, I went to the store, picked a toy to show my mom who was next door, and got yelled at by the store owner for trying to leave the store with items I didn't pay for. Where do I start? Honestly, one time I wanted to check out what my pup looked like, so I used a sieve to fish it out, and for some reason instead of putting it back in the bowl I put it in a plastic bag and threw it onto the roof of the next door neighbor's shed. I also pupped in the garden several times for fun. One time I was camping at a friend's small caravan, had bagged the guest room to myself, woke up in the middle of the night dying for a piss and the toilet was a block away, so I had the bright idea that I would attempt to piss in a bottle, but didn't want to leak any onto her carpet, so I put my pillow under me, and the piss went everywhere including the carpet, and soaking my pillow, so I took my piss-soaked pillow, walked to the camp kitchen, and chucked it in the bin. One time I found my mom's dildo, decided to clean it off, and give it a go. I once cyberbullied someone so hard on MSN the police came to my house and told me off in front of my whole family. I used to have a bunk bed as a kid and I'd write my dirty secrets on the above panels, like how I wanted to have sex with Jim Carrey, and one time me and mom were lying on said bed talking, and she started reading out loud the things written, and I screamed and shoved her off. One time at camp with school I needed to pee very early in the morning, and I'm assuming I slept naked at this point, because I walked all the way to the toilets completely naked right past my sleeping peers. I used to have tickle fights with my granddad and sometimes, while he was tickling me, I would yell back rap. Because I thought it was funny. Spoiler alert, it was not funny. One of these happened only last year. In 6th grade I was having a really intense argument with a girl in my class about which of us was better at swimming. I was from BC, so I basically swam almost every day growing up, but I was living in Yellowknife, NWT at the time, where most kids skate like how because kids swim. The girl I was arguing with happened to also swim a lot, which made me feel like she was taking away my thing. It's also important to note that I was an outcast at the time. I was only in the knife for 2 years, and I went to a different school for each of them. I was bullied a lot in 5th grade, and to a lesser extent in 6th, so I was heavily on the defensive in middle school. One of the main reasons for being bullied in a relatively conservative town was that my parents are lesbians. Kids would say the nastiest things about me and my parents, the worst of this being when a kid said I was in an incestuous relationship with them. There was a lot of lol, we must also be a lesbian and that's weird, to put it briefly. Anyway, a lot of kids in my grade, from all the classes, were in the hallway, watching this unfold. Being 6th graders, there was a lot of meaningless grandstanding. The other girl said something like I could swim circles around you, you get the idea. The other girl goes to challenge me. She says something like come to the pool with me, if you're that good, I'll school you. I then looked her dead in the eye, something I struggled with for a long time, so it was pretty rare, and said you might school me, but I'm going to screw you. Cue immediate U/O reactions from most of my grade. Cue my confusion. Cue me learning throughout the rest of the day that screw means fuck. Lesbian rumors intensify, and I accidentally threatened to rap a girl in my class. Edit. I turned out to be very bisexual, so the kids were sort of right. It has nothing to do with my moms, though. It's not something that should be embarrassing as I think I did the right thing, but I felt very embarrassed at the time and that feeling for some reason sticks with me today. When I was young my house had 3 big trees out front, perfect climbing trees that were very sturdy. I spent a lot of time climbing them, so I could get pretty high with relative confidence. One day over the summer, when I was about 7, I was way up in the tree when a woman pulled up to the house, got out of her car, and started a conversation with me by saying, "Can you get down from there?" Me, living in the age of stranger danger, immediately thought this woman was trying to kidnap me, so I just looked at her terrified and said no. This woman, who I shortly found out was a friend of my mother's who I just did not know, runs into my house to get my mom. Mom comes out rather annoyed and is like, "What the fuck, how did you get stuck? You go up there all the time." I quickly got down no problem, but I was still really freaked out and a little tearful. But I was too embarrassed to tell my mom that I was afraid her friend was a dangerous stranger, so I just let them think I was a weirdo child. I know I did the right thing. I didn't know that woman, and had I gotten down for her technically there was a risk she could have taken me. She of course did the right thing to seeing a 7-year-old alone way up in a tree, who tells you they can't get down. Not really sure why this is such a strong memory that sticks with me 20 years later. When I was 9, I was spending the night at my best friend's house. We had been friends since we were very little and could say or do anything around each other, and I thought it was impossible to feel embarrassed around her. I was very wrong. Anyway, I have had anxiety since I was very little, and sometime that evening started to get a stomachache, which was normal for me when I was feeling uptight. The stomachache started to get worse and worse, and I tried to ignore it all night until it was time to go to bed, and I had trouble falling asleep. I managed to doze off despite feeling like garbage. At some point during the night, maybe around 1 AM, I get up and realize that I don't feel good at all. I'm sweating and my stomach is sick, and I don't know what the hell is going on. I decide to get up to go to the bathroom, but before I can, I vomit violently over the side of the pull-out futon and onto the rug. I finally finish retching and look down at what I've done, and I'm mortified. What am I supposed to do? Do I get up and tell my best friend's parents that I just ruined their daughter's clean carpet because of a bout of the stomach flu? I'm sweating and confused, and my head is swimming. I got up to go to the bathroom and clean myself up, and I feel like I have to use the toilet. In usual stomach flu fashion, you get to suffer through both ends. I get into the bathroom and sit down, and I throw up again all over the bathroom floor. I'm crying and my stomach is gurgling, and I'm so embarrassed I wanna die. By the time I'm done in the bathroom I'm sweating and exhausted. My clothes have vomit on them and all I can do is crawl back in bed and wish for the night to be over. I lay down and try to sleep. I wake up every few hours to vomit over the side of the bed onto the floor, and I'm unable to make it to the bathroom in time and have an accident. I'm soaked in sweat and almost delirious. I'm very dehydrated at this point, and I end up laying in bed covered in my own filth until morning. The next day my best friend's mom goes to use the bathroom and sees puke all over the tile floor, and she goes into my BFS room to check on us. She finds me passed out, drenched in sweat as well as covered in vomit and other unpleasant things. She wakes me up and asks if I'm okay, and I can barely answer because I'm just suffering at this point, and I'm too sick to even feel slightly embarrassed about what happened. She calls my dad, it was his custody weekend, and explains what may have transpired during the night. She still can't get a straight answer out of me other than I got sick, and he brings me clean clothes and medicine and drives me home to rest. I still hung out with my childhood friends many times after that, and she never mentioned it. I'm pretty sure the futon had to be thrown out. It wasn't until I got older and realized how disgusting the entire ordeal was that I became mortified. If I had just woken my friend's parents up, it could have avoided at least a tiny bit. I went on my very first trek when I was 10 years old with a couple of boys and their rather stern grandmother. Since I was young and obstinate, and a girl, I refused to pee behind a tree when I needed to go, because I was afraid someone would see my bare bottom. After a couple of hours, the trek was complete, and we were walking the last 100 meters or so down the hill. I had managed to coax my bladder into submission thus far, and figured if I was able to sit down in the car soon I'd be fine. However, the grandma decided it was imperative for us to drink some fresh water from a fountain set up on the side of the hill, because hydration is important. Simply putting my hands under the freezing water was enough to shock my tumescent bladder into a righteous fury. I took a couple of tiny sips and began hot-footing it down the hill. When we got to the car, miraculously sans mishap, I jumped into the back seat and squeezed my thighs and contracted my kegels into oblivion. But the grandma instructed me to come out of the car, remove my mountain boots, and place them in the trunk like her boys did. So I somehow managed to get out, undo all those ridiculous laces, chuck them in the back, and hop back inside with my bladder sloshing angrily against a particularly sensitive pelvic nerve. But nope. She calls me out again. I didn't put my shoes neatly to the side with my laces tucked into the boot. I get out. I tuck them in. I get back inside. I feel a sudden warmth spread beneath my seat and realize I'm pissing myself. Suddenly and irrevocably. And it feels so fucking good while utterly traumatizing me. In a matter of seconds I'm sitting in a pool of my own urine. This may be a good time to tell you the seats were of leather. So my clothes soaked up most of everything. I used my carefully guarded packet of 10 napkins to feverishly mop up what I could and throw the sopping evidence out the door before everyone sat in the car. Then I tied my cardigan around my waist and did a little wiggle for the final swipe. Stealth level at a decent 89.3%. I thought 15 years later, I meet the same boys at a wedding. They have grown to be quite charming and handsome. I believe I had blossomed into quite a fine specimen myself. We all have a very nice and witty conversation about what we have been up to all our lives, until my mom sees us and decides to come over and gush about old times. Specifically, remember when you guys went on a little trek and my poor minx had a little accident? They faking remembered and had apparently waited politely for me to clean up before getting in the car. Thanks mom. One day during first grade or earlier, don't remember, I was late for school. I missed the bus by just a few minutes, so my aunt decided to drive me to school. When we got to my school she told me, okay, don't run, have fun at school, and see you later. Being a young child and not understanding conversation properly, I mistook see you later for I'll pick you up later. It kept ringing in my mind that she would pick me up later that day. Heck, I even told my classmates about it. That afternoon it was time to go home and we were getting round up to ride the bus. My bus mate kept calling me and yanking my arm and told him I was getting picked up. So I stayed behind so that I can wait for her to pick me up. I waited and waited until the hundreds of children became a handful. I knew most if the kids left and of course didn't see me often at that hour, so they asked me if I was left behind. It was already 6 p.m. and I was still at school. My school had tons of activity during the night including night school, so the school pretty much is alive till about 10 p.m. Around 6:10 my aunt and my mom arrived at school. When they saw me and approached me, I was mad that they didn't pick me up. They were both furious that I didn't ride the bus, and I kept explaining that I thought my aunt told me that she'd pick me up. I was corrected and felt embarrassed of my stupid decision making that I was getting picked up. The next day at school there were rumors by the other kids that I slept in school that night. I felt even more embarrassed. RIP my kid self. Mobile formatting blah blah blah. Hope I'm not too late for this. I have 2 stories for you, and both of them happened in the same grade. A little background is that in my 2nd grade class about 3 people including me had the same name. My name only shared the spelling of one of them. So as I was getting back from recess, we all just went back to our classroom and sat down. We had changed seats a few days ago, so everyone was trying to figure them out. So I sat down in what I thought was my new set. It had my name tag and everything. So class started, and we did the usual stuff you do in 2nd grade. At one point I looked in my desk and could not find my stuff. I looked around a bit more, and I found another person's stuff. Apparently I was sitting in the wrong seat with the guy who shares my name and its spelling. Unfortunately I can't remember what happened after that. My best guess that I just stayed there until lunch and switched then. Now the other story happened in the same class. I asked the teacher to go to the bathroom and she said yes. So as I walked to the bathroom, I couldn't make it in time. I thought, okay, no big deal, I'll just head back to class. Time passes and lunch starts. People smell something stinky and notice a brown spot on my butt. The teacher called my parents. I get sent to the principal's office and I change my pants. Just looking back, I was either very stupid or I just didn't really give a fuck. TLDR, when I was 4 I almost became a temporary ward of the state of Florida. We took a family vacation to Florida shortly after I turned 4. I have an unusual first name and hated it because no one could pronounce it. I had recently been trying to go by my cousin's name instead. We will call him David. My parents were not on board with this decision. So, I was a cute and active little kid, leading to frequent interactions with the regulars at the motel pool on this trip. Oh, aren't you cute? What's your name? David. How old are you, David? 3. This one wasn't defiance. I'd somehow forgotten I'd turned 4. My mom would roll her eyes and say, his name is blank and he's 4. This went on a lot. We were there for 2 weeks. I apparently told some elderly woman there that I used to cry a lot, but I don't anymore. Not sure where that came from. I don't remember this. My mom sure does though. So we go to Disney World all day and I fall asleep on the way back to the room. I was a handful, as you might be guessing, so the parents just put me to bed in my dirty Disney World clothes and went to bed too. About 6 AM a loud cop knock awakens us. It was 2 police officers. Apparently someone had called the police concerned I was a kidnapped child. Here I'm in dirty / stained clothes, my suitcase full of brand new clothes with the tags on, new season and vacation, ECT. The officers ask my parents why I'm going around saying my name and age are different than they are telling people, and why am I saying I used to cry a lot, but don't anymore, and whatever other crazy shit I was telling people. My mom tries to explain that I don't like my unusual name, so I've been telling people my name is David, that's my cousin's name, as my dad says, uncle. Then they ask my birthday. My mom says the correct date of my birth as my father simultaneously tells them my older brother's birthday. It goes on like this for a while and my mom tells my dad just to shut the hell up. Between this, all new clothes with tags still on, me all dirty, the pics of me only in wallets without any of all of us, things were not looking good. One of the officers took me outside the room, sat me down on a chair, and we had a little chat. Finally he asked me how to spell my name. I remember thinking something like the kid version of the jig is up, you better tell the truth. So I started to spell my name correctly. I guess they figured a 3-year-old named David wouldn't be able to spell blank, but a 4-year-old named blank probably could. They ultimately called the hospital, where I was born to confirm. My mom was less than thrilled. The maid stopped cleaning our room, so they think it was probably her that called. She totally did the right thing the way it was looking. My mom still carries a copy of my birthday certificate decades later. Story time. This was actually only a couple years ago. I was maybe 21 or 22. I met this super cute blonde girl at a coffee shop, and we hit it off. I offered to smoke her down and she obliged. So we drive to her grandparents or uncles or whoever's house. It was so long ago, I don't remember. No one was there. They were always out of town. Sweet. Hot girl, big house to ourselves, weed, I love it. So I ended up at this girl's house for a few days straight doing the deed, getting baked, and watching cartoons. One morning I woke up and had to take a big shit. I took a shower at the same time to make it look natural. I popped, got in the shower, and then flushed when I got out. Oh, big problem. The toilet clogged, and now it's doing that thing where the water rises really high up, but doesn't quite come over the bowl. My idiot brain thinks the best course of action would be to scoop the multiple turds out of the toilet and into her uncle's or cousin's bathroom trash can. It was gross and it really stunk, but this chick had an ass that was out to this world, and I didn't wanna lose it. So I cleaned up, somehow got the water level down to normal, flushed again, and went to make some food. I went home the next day cause it had been like 3 nights and we both had some stuff to do. A week later I go back over to her house and the trash can was gone lol. She still hung out with me a few more times, but that was about it. So, hot girl from Orlando FL, sorry about your trash can. Thanks for being cool about it. When I was 5 I got caught by some neighbors in their tents they had pitched on their front lawn to dry out. I had brought some other 5-year-old girl into the tent, where we got naked. I then kept trying to get my thing and her thing but it just wasn't happening. Then I got caught. They marched me back home to my parents, told them what happened, and I proceeded to get in a zoopin. It was embarrassing. Another time was when I was 10 or so. I had just gotten out of the shower and went to my room to put clothes on. Outside there were these 2 girls walking around. I knocked on the window, and when they looked I stood up naked in the window and shook my dick at them. The one girl's mouth dropped, and she walked straight to our back door to tell my parents. I was frantically banging on the window pleading for them to not tell, but alas, my dad beat me with Hot Wheels tracks while I was naked and embarrassed. Another time I was 16, and me and my friends thought it would be a good idea to douse the entire community basketball court on fire and light it. I had gotten gas on me and lit myself on fire and was in the shower trying to not smell like gas when the fire depot arrived. The basketball in question was literally outside our living room windows. My dad just followed the smell of gas to the bathroom, walked in, and wrapped his arms around me through the curtain, threw me out of the shower, and put me through the drywall in the hallway while I was naked in front of my whole family including my 2 little sisters. I have several that haunt me right before I fall asleep and worse, right after I wake up. They keep me humble. I shit my pants during church because the bathroom was occupied. I told my dad, and when the bathroom was open, he washed my pants in the sink and I wore soaked, sheet-stained pants for the rest of the church service. I was 8ish. In high school I was involved in a gang, and while riding the bus during the summer we ran into some opposing gang members. They sat in the back, mad dogging us. When we got to our stop, my homies and I got out. As I was stepping down the steps, I met eyes with the biggest dude there. I gave him a mean look, feeling like a badass. I didn't watch my step. Instead I watched his face gradually change to oh shit when he realized I was about to fall on my face on the sidewalk. The bus didn't wait 1 second, and it was gone. One more. Okay. I was staying at my best friend's house. I might have been 9 years old. It was after a concert we went to, so I didn't plan to bring any clothes. He let me borrow some PJs. They were medium bottoms, and I wear large. But I squeezed in them. He has an older sister who was 13 to 15 at the time. I always had a crush on her. She was sitting in the bedroom with her best friend and I walked in. They looked at me and then down at my pants and bursted out laughing. I thought they were laughing at my pants. I go into a bathroom and realize I was fully erect. I wish they laughing at my pants. TLDR, I shit my pants during church. I faceplant a sidewalk while mad dogging a gang member. My crush laughed at my business. When I was about 12 or so, my mom would send me, my brother, and my sister to spend the summer with my grandma in Roanoke Valley. I didn't like this grandma much at all. She was very mean, and I hated that my mom would send us there. One day, my brother and sister was playing hide and seek outside in the small front yard and in the house. I found the perfect, most discreet hiding spot ever in the bathtub shower, lights off, with the curtain halfway closed. My thinking at the time was, if someone was trying to find me, they would open the bathroom, turn on the lights, see the curtain halfway closed, and look elsewhere, because if someone was there, surely they would close the curtain all the way. Guinness, right? So I'm standing in there, heart pounding, sweating, from running up the steps, to get to my awesome hiding spot. A minute or two later, you hear the bathroom door open, lights on, and door close. I'm my mind. I'm like fuck. They found me already. The shower curtain didn't move, but I heard the toilet seat being put down or up. I slightly internal giggled to myself. Why would my brother think I'm hiding in the toilet? Since I'm standing in the back of the shower, there is a small gap between the back wall of the shower and the shower curtain. I take a small peek to see what the fuck he's doing, but instead of seeing my brother, I'm looking at the back of my mean grandmother's head. She proceeds to take the mother of all sheets, with grunt sounds resembling 2 male wildebeest fighting for her dominance. I'm frozen, because she would absolutely kill me if she knew I was there, and standing in her bathtub with my shoes on would be even worse. I'm trying to hold my breath as long as I could, but then, like that baseball in the movie Field of Dreams, I was instantly hit with the smell of her intestinal process collard greens and pig feet that has now exited her as she cooked the night before. I tried to breathe through my mouth so I didn't have to smell it, but when I did that, I think I actually tasted it, so breathing it in short burst would have to suffice. I remember thinking, if you're there God please come now. She finally get up from making devil stew in the toilet and leave the bathroom. I wait about 20 more seconds for her to go back to wherever she was in the house before I make my escape. I go downstairs, outside, and see my brother and sister on the porch. They asked where were you? I thought they would clearly see the PTSD stresses look I had on my face. I proceed to tell them where I had been. I'm now 40, and to this day, they cry laughing every single time we mention it. So many sleepover stories I have to add mine. My friend in 6th grade had this huge sleepover birthday party where we all went to a roller rink, and then we are going to pull an all-nighter at her house afterwards, and prank call our friends. There was pizza at the roller rink, but as an overweight kid all my life I had really bad anxiety about eating in front of people, so I didn't have anything. Later at her house I was starving, and saw that her mom had brought the leftover pizza home, so I went, and shoved 4 cold slices down my throat in private. First big mistake. I didn't feel great after that, and decided to try and sleep it off. My second mistake, being the first one to fall asleep. The next morning I woke up to giggling, and a tickling feeling on my face and legs. I got up, and realized all my friends were gathered around me in a circle with Sharpie pens and my pants weren't on. I also felt crazy sick, and like I could puke at any second. I ran into the bathroom to go pee and luckily didn't throw up, but then I saw my reflection in the mirror. They had written my crush's name on my face, arms, and legs and drew arrows pointing to my boobs and crotch. I was mortified. I tried cleaning it off with a washcloth and water and soap, but it wasn't coming off easily. I started to have an anxiety attack, and got super nauseous again, and began projectile vomiting into the toilet. I was puking too hard I ended up also peeing myself at the same time. Then I heard a door open. My friend's older, super hot brother walked in from the other side of the bathroom, and saw me half naked, peeing my pants, and having an exorcist-like puke show. He apologized and ran back out. Once I finished, one of my friends knocked on the door to check on me, and I asked her to get my backpack, so I could change. She sounded hesitant, but agreed and then came back 15 minutes later with my bag. I opened it, and found that my extra pairs of underwear had all been drawn on, and had mud and leaves on them. I asked her what happened, and she said they drew on them, and then hung them on a tree in front of the house like a flag. I then asked her to bring my cell phone, so I could call my mom to pick me up, and she said she couldn't, because it was dead, which was shocking, because this was back in the day with Nokias that never died, and I had just charged it before the party. So I called my mom from the house phone, after changing into other clothes, but without any unders, to come pick me up. I waited out in the cold to get picked up, and refused to talk to my friends who were yelling at me from the window. The look on my mom's face when she saw me covered in Sharpie writing and smelled like vomit and pee was horrifying. I cried the whole way home. Later I learned that my phone was dead because they had called a shit ton of people from my phone all night with prank calls, racking up a $300 phone bill. I now hate sleepovers and Jack and Jill bathrooms. Also, fuck 12-year-old girls. They're the worst. Reading through the comments I started remembering a few situations. It's quite long. I'll save the most embarrassing for last. First was when I was about 9 years old. Before the euro was present in the EU I found an Italian coin at school, and it looked like the Austrian 10-shilling coin. So I was curious if I could fool the vending machine to buy a drink as I never got any pocket money. So after school my brother picked me up, and I said I still wanted to buy a drink. He said it's cheaper at the store next door. I tried to convince him to buy it there, but he overruled me. At the store I tried to say I wasn't thirsty anymore, but he looked at me weirdly and put a drink in my hand. At the cashier I must have looked nervous as hell and gave him the coin to pay. Of course the cashier noticed. I looked down and turned red as a tomato. My brother looked at me very disappointed and paid it from the little money he had left. Also didn't get pocket money. Our family was quite poor. Still feel bad to this day, even though we are on really good terms. Second story was when I was about 10. I have 3 older siblings, and one evening we were all in one room. My brothers in their bunk bed and my sister and me on their floor for a sleepover. So I cuddled with my sister, my head lying on her belly, and she started goofing around, pressing her lips together and exhaling, making motor sounds, and I felt it vibrating very strongly. So I yelled out, "Wow, you're my personal vibrator," and everyone burst out laughing. Innocent me didn't get it until later. The next stories are both from when I was around 16, which makes them really embarrassing for me. Hope this counts as is technically not childhood anymore. So the less embarrassing one was when I went with my first boyfriend's family to a friend of theirs, whom I had met already. I didn't know he had a brother though, so when his brother opened the door I enthusiastically went for a hug. Instead I hit his lips with mine. I apologized. Then behind him saw the brother I knew, and felt even worse for accidentally kissing a guy I'd never met. Last but not least, my parents/family never really taught me proper hygiene, so when I was 16 I chose laziness over showering when it was necessary, thinking nobody would notice. Then one day, after sleeping over at my boyfriend's, his family had planned a big get together with around 16 people they knew at a friend's of theirs. Me being too lazy to shower after still having come inside me, having a really heavy period, noticing how bad I smelled, I thought nobody would notice. So we arrived there, and they had a dog, so as an animal lover I took the opportunity to get away from people who could smell me, and squatted down with closed legs. The dog was quite big, and came close real quick. I saw him start sniffing and trying to get closer to my crotch, but I couldn't keep him. He took a really deep breath at my crotch, backed away whining, putting his paw over his nose trying to get the stench away as I tried to get up quick so nobody would figure out. I still don't know if anyone noticed as they were still busy greeting each other loudly, but I will never forget the look of this dog backing away whining, trying to get the smell off with his paw. I did learn an important lesson though, and take showing seriously now. I grew up as a fat kid who saw all you can eat deals as challenges as opposed to promotions, and my parents took me to Sizzler one Sunday for their all you can eat shrimp. Destroyed it as an 8-year-old. An hour later, we are at Good Guys as my dad's checking out TVs, and I get the bubble guts. I tried to hide my squirming, but was in full view of one of those display cameras that managed to put the image of me totally sheeting myself on an entire wall of TVs. For those interested, it felt and looked like a sloppy Joe elemental. Embarrassed, we had to walk to the mall nearby where my parents had to buy me new pants, underwear, shoes, and socks. Yup. So my dad says, well, we are here at Mervin's, might as well get some clothes, and he tells me to wait by the fitting rooms while he tries on a couple pairs of pants, and then the bubble gets returned with a vengeance. Panicking, I stared right at the full-length mirror at the far end of the fitting room and watched in horror as I sheet my pants again for the second time in 30 goddamn minutes. This one was the fast traveling, liquid kind, the lightning to the first sheet's thunder. Anyway, dad hears this and says from his fitting room, what was that? Ended up having to buy another set of pants, underwear, shoes, and socks. We left immediately after. Now, I laugh every time WWII is referenced because my dad refers to those two sheets as Fat Man and Little Boy. Good times. TLDR, I ruined a Sunday afternoon with my parents by sheeting myself twice in the span of half an hour. I never fuxed with all you can eat anything after that. I don't know if this counts, as I was 18 years old at the time, but I literally cringe to the point of grunting aloud when I think of it. It was my sister's wedding reception and there were many relatives and people I'd never met or hadn't seen in quite some time. For whatever reason my cousin and I thought it was a good idea to perform Magic Mike-like dance moves in the center of the crowd. The only problem was that I've never even seen the movie and had no clue how to dance whatsoever. I guess I was just so excited I never actually thought about what I was going to do once the music started. So the DJ hits us with some provocative music and my cousin tells me to follow his lead. He proceeds to unbutton his shirt while bobbing to the song, and I do the same. For some reason I can't get this tuxedo off for the life of me. My face is beet red at this point, and I'm begging for a do-over on the whole night at this point. Meanwhile my cousin starts breaking it down, hip thrusting, just absolutely killing it. So I kind of just froze and started flexing on the crowd. My tuxedo is all unbuttoned other than the top and my tie is still on. I started flailing my undershirt above my head and God knows what else. Needless to say by the end of it, I was incredibly embarrassed, and even making eye contact with my distant family members felt gut-wrenching. I even tried to give my female cousin a hug and she pushed me away. I haven't left my cubicle since, but I've been watching Magic Mike on repeat in case the opportunity arises again. Fuck me. When I was 14 or so, I was at my grandparents' house for Thanksgiving with my extended family. I had just gotten the latest iPod Touch. To cut to the chase, the night before I was up late and watched Born on it. After having done the deed, I immediately fell asleep. So here's the thing, while every other time I've done it, I'm quick to close out and make sure the browsing history is clear. This time, however, I was so tired none of that had been done. I think you know where this is going. So my aunt, having been interested in getting an iPod Touch for herself, asks if she can check it out to see if she likes it. Mind you, my parents, sister, cousins, aunt, and uncle, grandparents were all sitting together in the living room. So my aunt's finger hovers towards the Safari app, and before you know it, bam, there it is right in her face. Her jaw drops open and her eyes got wide. I've never seen someone hit the home button faster. My mom said, "What is it?" but my aunt is in complete silence. Thank God. Oh, and this is not just any Born video. Yeah, I've got a pregnancy fetish and the thumbnail was a very pregnant lady getting plowed from behind. FML. Luckily, she never did say anything about it, but it still haunts me to this day. In fact, just yesterday I was with family again, and I just picked up a new iPhone XS. She said, "Oh, can I see?" And almost instantly after those words came out of her mouth she remembered. Oh, never mind, I don't need to see it. But is it nice? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thought I'd share. After reading a lot of these, I popped my pants after going to my best friend's birthday party. We were probably in the 4th grade, and he had his party at a laser tag place. I had never played before and absolutely sucked at playing, but had a blast and refused to go pup when I felt the urge. The urge continued and got worse until the drive home. In my friend's car, with his mom driving, older cousin in the passenger seat, and 3 of us younger kids in the back, I started mentioning that I felt really sick and they were trying to tell me things to keep from puking, and this, of course, could not help my situation. I couldn't hold it any longer and totally let go in the car. This made for a really awful 10 to 15 minute drive to my place. We were all supposed to continue to his house for the rest of the party. He brought it up the next day, discreetly. We are still friends today. On a different note, all of the people here who mentioned teachers that wouldn't let them go to the bathroom. I had one teacher, also 4th grade, tell his class at the beginning of the year that one time he had a student throw up on him because he was going to ask to go to the bathroom. He then told us that if he had an emergency to just go. One day, the urge hit again. No, this was not a common thing for me, and I just ran out of his class. I made it in time and everything was okay. Thank God for you, Mr. Math. Although, when I got back to class everyone assumed that I had gone to throw up, I felt no need to correct anyone, and just stated that I would be fine. TLDR, I pupped myself at friend's day party. Separate occasion, didn't pup myself, because of good teacher ground rule. Oh god, I had to make a throwaway for this one. My family had a dog from when I was about 8 to 23, 30 now. She was a good pup. A mix of a few breeds from the shelter. We lived in a 2-story house with bedrooms upstairs and the dog and her bed downstairs. During early adolescence I was becoming sexually curious at a rapid rate. Masturbation became one of my top hobbies. Some nights when everyone was asleep I would sneak down into the kitchen and grab the tub of peanut butter. I then proceeded to cover my dick in it and let the family dog lick it off. I did this for maybe a few months. But it gets worse. One evening when everyone was at table having dinner I thought it would be a good idea to play with the dog. I figured I could just whip it out and let the dog lick away under the table. So I did. It went on for maybe 15 seconds before my dad yelled, "Throwy one, put your dick away." It was then that I remembered that we had a glass table and my whole family was watching me get my dick licked by the family dog. I don't recall what my sisters said or did. Maybe they didn't even notice. I put it away, and we never spoke of the incident again. I've never told a soul this story. It makes me cringe so hard when I think about it. Anytime the family dog comes up in conversation I want to curl up into a ball and hide. Does my dad remember? Did my sisters see? These are questions that I will take to my grave. Alright. I think I was about 7 or 8 years old, just getting off the school bus at the end of my street. I think it was around the end of fall time. I remember looking around my area and nobody was outside or anything. I lived on a dead-end quiet road. Most of the people were older retired folks and my mom had grown up on the very same road, so basically everyone was kinda like family. Without putting any thought into the decision, I really had to pee, so I just whipped it out while walking down my street. This wasn't just taking a piss though, this was one of those once in a lifetime moments of self-discovery. I walked with a swagger I'd never before exuded, swinging my hips back and forth pissing in full force. It was not unlike some kind of water display in a fountain, or now that I think about it, a sine wave. It felt good, and I was proud of what I'd done. I looked back at the urinized road before me, taking in the temporary graffiti I'd left my neighborhood with, before heading on inside. I hadn't even made it inside yet and I heard my mom bears. Apparently the quiet empty street was comprised of people all waiting for me to get off the bus and go pissing down the street, because 3 of our neighbors and close friends had called my mother to tell her what I had done. Didn't really get in trouble as no one could really contain the laughter, but I learned not to do that anymore. Embarrassing, but I do not regret. TLDR, nonchalantly pissed sine wave patterns all down my street when walking home from the school bus. NORGRETS. Okay, so when I was 6, both my parents had jobs that prevented them from picking me up at the end of the school day, and so I spent 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. every weekday in a daycare. It was generally okay, but I used to get annoyed that I had to stay longer than all my friends, and that my friends could never come to mine after school. We used to play this game where one kid stood in the middle and winked at people to kill them. I forget the exact rules, but it is not important. In this game a girl who evidently wanted to be my friend, but I hated, because she was a Nike girl, and beat me at literally everything, had been killing me all afternoon as per. This had been winding me up for a while, and that day in school she had beat me in a spelling test, the one thing I was usually better at. The 4th time she did it, bear in mind this is in front of the entire daycare, I stood up in a jealous rage and pulled her pants down in front of the whole group. Obviously everyone gasped as I screamed at her not to wink at me again. The poor girl was mortified and burst into tears. If I remember correctly I made it worse by refusing to apologize. I have no idea how I justified my behavior. I was a massive dickhead at 6 apparently. Not only did I got kicked out of after school care, putting a huge financial burden on my parents, who then had to pay more for an out of school one, but the girl was teased mercilessly at school for the next year. Everyone thought my behavior was somehow funny. It makes me want to curl up in a ball just thinking about it. I remember the worst bit being the look of sadness on my mum's face when she was called in. She must have known how much my actions were going to cost them. TLDR, I was the worst kid ever. Publicly embarrassed a girl by pulling her pants down simply because she was better than me and caused massive financial hardship on my parents. When I was in 5th grade I went on a overpass school field trip at a campsite. It was a really big place, so there were about 8 other classes of kids also on the trip, so like 130 to 150 kids also, and all of their homeroom teachers to chaperone. They had us all sit in a room so they could go over the rules and events for the weekend. It's about a half-hour long speech given by one of the male teachers I never had for anything. During his speech about the weekend I got bored and started looking around the room. That's when I noticed one of the female teachers from another homeroom had a new hairstyle I thought looked good. So after the speech was over, the male teacher, whose name I'll never remember, asked if there was any questions or anything. I raised my hand and said I liked that other teacher's new hairstyle. He just kinda stared at me blankly and said yeah, okay. That's when every other kid sitting cross-legged in this giant room turned and stared at me with this "what the fuck did you just say?" expression. Then the teacher whose hair I said looked nice started bawling and ran out of the room. I was just confused as hell. 2 of the other female teachers gave me the meanest look I still remember till this day and ran out after her. Then the guy quickly ended the assembly outside the kids in my class told me that that teacher whose hair I commented on had cancer, and she had just lost all her hair. Me being a stupid 5th grader had no idea. In all honesty, now as a 32-year-old, those teachers and kids were a bunch of pricks for acting like that. I mean, there's no way I could have known about this woman's cancer. But because all the adults in the room acted the way they did, the kids in the room acted how they did based on what they saw. I'm not saying the teacher with the cancer was at fault, of course, but I was really just trying to give her an honest compliment, and I had no clue. Either way, I still think about this a lot even as an adult. It's one of the most embarrassing moments of my life when I was a kid. Welp, I jacked off in church and pissed myself at school. I'm probably on a list. I was about 12 at the time and had just discovered jerking off. I worked the church sound booth in the back corner, but the back row could see into it pretty easily across the aisle. I was in the sound booth during a Sunday afternoon service and started to get a boner. I mean, the back row was watching the sermon, and I had a table to shield my pecker from the pastor. What could go wrong? Father forgive me. I cranked it then and there with holy vigor. I kept a straight face for the pastor, but an old woman in the back row noticed the lashes I was dealing out. A normal kid would have zipped and aborted. Turns out I'm not a normal kid, because I power played this lady with full eye contact. We know it was good for you too, old sinner. She poked the old gent sitting next to her, but I stared them both down as I cranked my knob. I sprinkled my holy water in a minute or two, and the three of us looked back to the sermon. They must have told the pastor and my parents. How the hell did that conversation go? Because I was forced to move my chair to the center of the sound booth and away from the table the next week. Then I was given the talk about a week later. I still long for the good old days when I could yank it in church without facing jail time. Edit. When I pissed myself I was about 5 at a safety town where we learned about street safety, fire safety, etc. It was my first time using a public restroom on my own. I was homeschooled and I had to take a piss. I walked up to the urinal and let her fly, but the urinal was too high and my dick was stuck to my stomach. Hot summer day I guess. I pissed all over myself as a cop walked by me in shock to a stall. He walked pretty fast though to avoid the spray. I let it all out, so now I'm trying in vain to dry a smelly soaked shirt with the hand dryers, but I had to cut it short to catch the bus. I lined up with the other kids by the main entrance, but fortunately I had a few minutes to rub my soaking shirt on the kid in front of me. Looking back, why in the hell wasn't I stopped for vigorously rubbing my soaked shirt on the poor soul in front of me? I dried off fairly well onto SpongeBob and made it home without telling my mom. Mission accomplished. I had started my period for the first time in my 6th grade science class. I didn't know what I felt. I just knew my pants were wet. I was an extremely shy kid and never raised my hand to use the restroom. I'd always wait until I got home. Luckily I was wearing black jeans, so you couldn't see anything. The problem was, the chairs were yellow. I stand up to turn a paper in and see the mess I had made. I was in complete fear. I wasn't about to go up to the front of my class, only to tell my teacher I bled all over the seat. I accidentally spilled my water bottle onto my seat and got the whole class's attention. No big deal. Nobody noticed the water was tinted red since the lights were off as we were watching a video on the projector. I grabbed some paper towels to clean up my mess. To my surprise nobody had said anything yet. My seat was now an orangish yellow color, but I didn't think anyone would really notice. I ran to the bathroom after class, cleaned myself up, and cried a whole lot, and put about 30 layers of toilet paper on my underwear like a pad. I thought I had gotten away with my crime. About 2 classes later, the phone rings in my health class and I'm to report to the nurse. Turns out the kid, who sat in my seat in the next period, immediately noticed something was wrong, and got my teacher over. The nurse was a total beach and straight up told me I was gross for doing that and shoulder came to her, like I would with that attitude, right? I have to wear these huge granny panties and a pad, for the first time ever. The worst part is, she made me change into some ugly as donated grey shorts, in the middle of winter. Once I return to class, everybody notices I'm wearing different pants and immediately starting asking questions. I didn't know what to say, and I blushed so hard. Luckily my health teacher was a godsend, and got the other kids to stop pestering me. I only know this next part because my BFF was in the following class. The entire class goes batshit crazy and everybody stands up and checks their chairs. One girl even started crying. Then, one stupid motherfucker Juicy happens to know I sit there in the previous class. All the clues are coming together now. The water spill, my changed pants, my seat. I got made fun of the rest of the year. Luckily it was forgotten about by the following year. I've never shared this story with anyone, besides my mom who found out from the school, not even my boyfriend of 2 years. It's just so embarrassing yet diabolical I just try to shove it away in my mind. TLDR, started my period at school, bled over a yellow chair, tried to clean up blood with water, left stain, was later called to nurse and changed pants, teased rest of year. In high school some people from the local HBCU came to give a presentation on racial prejudice. Most of the students at my school were black, and I'm white. I was excited about the presentation because I wanted to be a better person, and also because it got us all out of English class for a day. The presenters did a little activity where they held up laminated pictures of different people and asked us to tell them if we thought a certain thing about them. For example, they would hold up a picture of an old white man and ask, what profession do you think this man has? And of course students would say stuff like politician or CEO. Then they would hold up a picture of a young black woman and ask a similar question and get responses like mother or teacher. It was all very telling and interesting and depressing, but I have very bad eyesight. Even with glasses on I was sat pretty far back in the room and the laminated paper had kind of a glare on it. It was pretty difficult to see most of the pictures. Nevertheless I was trying to participate. So the presenter holds up a picture of a white guy with blonde dreads and asks, would you hire this man for a business job? I thought white guys with dreads are culture vultures, still do, so I gave a cocky and loud, no way. Cue 30 or 40 black teenagers gasping and looking at me, angry and betrayed. My white classmate sitting in front of me turned around with her eyes bugged out, mortified. The man in the picture wasn't white, he was very much black. I had just proudly announced to my entire class that I wouldn't hire a black guy for a professional job. Stayed after the presentation to apologize profusely to the HBCU students and explain that I couldn't see properly. They thought it was pretty funny, but I'm sure everyone who was in my grade still remembers that one time Supreme.SG64 was openly super racist. I imagine I probably hurt a lot of black students' feelings by saying that too. I wish I could go back in time and strangle myself before it happened. I occasionally went to stay the weekend at my grandparents' house, since they lived nearby and my cousin kept his old game consoles there. Their house was generally really boring except for those consoles and my grandpa's ancient compact. Once I made it through most of the SNES games, I'd stay up late and browse Newgrounds to play flash games most nights, but this Saturday was different. I was around 11 years old, I think. Teen Titans was really hitting its stride around this time, so being the huge fan that I was, I searched for content related to the series and found Zone Sama. I was so confused and intrigued as I watched their R18 parodies that I left the volume up really loud. While Starfire was getting the business end of 3 tentacles and her distressed, muffled noises echoed through the old house. My grandpa swings the door open and goes, "What the hell are you doing in here? I'm watching some flash videos. Why are you yell? Looks like you're jetting a lot more than just a flash and you know it. Boy, turn that filth off and go to sleep. You're coming to church with us tomorrow." TLDR, I watched Teen Titans hentai at my grandparents' house without knowing what it was. They caught me because the volume was blaring, banned me from their computer, and made me go to church with them. I didn't stay at their house many times after that. I still feel weird every time I hear or talk about a show I once loved. So when I was like 10 years old, I really liked this girl named Lily. So my mom kept pushing me to do something about this crush, and she finally convinced me. My first mistake. It was on Valentine's Day and she basically sat me down and talked me into it with stuff like, do you want to spend the rest of your life not knowing what would happen? What's the worst that could happen? Etc. So I set up a plan. I'll buy her a rose, give it to her during lunch, and smile when she says yes. Obviously that didn't work out. So I go through with the first step. Every year my school lets you buy roses and either have someone deliver it to them during class, or you can deliver it yourself. And of course, me being the positive child me, I chose to deliver it. Now the cafeteria people at my school obviously had an extra chromosome in how things are done. Even if you're a table away, you have to walk a circle around the cafeteria to reach that table. I tell my friends what I'm about to do. They set up a cheer, and by the time I reach that table it's in an uproar. Real palms sweaty, mom spaghetti moment. I'm about to hand the flower to her, and she already looks disgusted and mortified. A good sign for what's in store. I try and give her the flower, but she won't. Her hands are in a faking don't shoot position. As any rational 10-year-old would do anything, I go back to my table crying with my head down. It took one of the aborted lunch ladies to make me get up again and give the flower to her. That's not even the worst part. For the next few months I completely avoid her, and the few times I do, I make the cringiest statements to her and her friends about how I don't even care anymore because you're jerk. Just the absolute definition of a train wreck. I even wanted to look away, but couldn't. I mean, it's not as bad anymore. We talk a little bit in homeroom. I've gotten less cringy and pathetic, and she's forgave me. This really wasn't her fault. PS. Sorry for the bad writing. I just needed to let the internet know about this. I didn't really do anything except tell my parents what happened at school. 4th grade 1994. I was all excited like butters and said we got fingerprinted at the school by cops because someone stole $40 out of the teacher's purse. They asked a few other questions. I don't remember really what, because I didn't think it was a big deal. My parents were silent as hell, but I just finished my dinner, play some video games, and go to bed. Didn't think anything of it. They sent a letter to the school asking about how this whole thing happened and why a classroom of school children were fingerprinted by the police. The response, in mail back in those days, said maybe we didn't know how things go in the South worked. We moved from Midstadt, New York for my dad to work down here. School principal also said they burned the fingerprints. Nobody was caught. It was 4th grade. I don't know what my parents sent back, or if they sent another letter, but the teacher singled me out a week later. Closed the door to the classroom into the empty hallway. She bawled her eyes out telling me how sorry she was. That it was probably a bad idea what she did. Just really I was uncomfortable as hell as a 9-year-old. I didn't even know my parents sent a letter. I just said, it's okay. I felt bad, but then all the kids assumed I took her money because she singled me out. The reality is that my parents stood up for me, made her rethink her decision, and I fucking love that. Did no one else say they got fingerprinted by the police in school that day? I shat all over a bathroom at a funeral. It was everywhere. It was on the floor, My Little Mermaid underwear, and all over the toilet. I remember the oh god moment. I should've just accepted it, but no, I panicked. It was my first fetched gone wrong experience. Lol, I tried to save myself, and I specifically remember that by the time I made it to the toilet my sheet show was over. I just stayed in there until my mom walked in and found me just standing there in shock. We also didn't get many customers for our lemonade or Kool-Aid stands. So we got a wagon and would knock on people's doors asking if they wanted lemonade or Kool-Aid. Now that I'm older, we only got business because people wanted all 6 of us away from their door. Lol, every time we did it though, we always had enough money for everyone to get something from the ice cream truck. Also, my friends and I on the block made up this bizarre game as kids. We would ride our bikes on the sidewalks just like cars. The right side would go up the block and left back down the block. I was the last house on the left on our street. Anyway, we would pretend to be taxi drivers on our bikes. Our neighbors or people's driveways were where we would pick up imaginary people. We would talk to these non-existing people and ask them if they need a ride and etc. Then we would pretend they were on our bikes and drive them to another neighbor's driveway and drop them off. The issue is though we would have the conversations out loud and we wouldn't want to steal someone's customer, so we were always alone in the driveways. Now that I'm older, we had to look crazy. Lol, I just imagine someone watching us from their window. They would see a girl or boy ride in their driveway, start talking to the air asking if Ms. Patterson needed a ride, then pretending to help someone on our bike and riding away. This happened in 1982, when I was 12, and I still remember it vividly. I was a pretty awkward 12-year-old girl. My best friend at the time was not. I was small, super skinny, and very flat-chested, while my friend was pretty and very curvy, at least by 6th grade standards. So, I get this brilliant idea to stuff my bra. I walked into my 6th grade class the next day, full of confidence, along with a half dozen Kleenex stuffed in my training bra. I did this for a week. It felt great. I could tell that other kids were noticing my shape, and I was thrilled. Until that Friday, when we were lined up to go to a school assembly. Behind me was this girl Michelle. Michelle was mean. Michelle was popular, and strangely, Michelle looked about 22 when we were in 6th grade. So we are standing in line waiting for our teacher to escort us down to the cafeteria/gym/auditorium for said assembly, when Michelle starts violently sneezing. Fake sneezing. Michelle proceed, might add, grabbing the attention of every single kid in the class. Wow, I must have a cold. I need a tissue. Wait, I know. And turns, looks at me with this evil little smile I still remember today, and reaches into my shirt, down into my bra, and pulls out a wad of tissue practically equivalent to one of those travel packs of Kleenex. She holds it up, laughing her ass off in front of 32 other 6th graders. I was beyond mortified. Oh man, I've got a good one that I still will never live down. It was probably when I was in elementary school and my dad took me and his best friend to go to Denny's for food. When we got there, I immediately got the coloring kids menu and went to town while thinking of chocolate chip pancakes, while my dad and his buddy talked about video games and other stuff. After a bit we ordered what we wanted, and I got super excited for my pancakes, especially since I knew they were gonna be fresh and have strawberries in the shape of a smiley face. In hindsight, I really should not have been that excited for just pancakes, but ADHD me was stoked. Eventually, the polite waitress brings out our food in this giant plate, relative to kid me, of pancakes, and I was so excited that I couldn't contain myself anymore. Now, as a kid, I watched a lot of shows I probably shouldn't have, learned words I didn't know the meaning of, and played violent video games to mold my brain into a swirling mix of Jesus Christ. Why? This moment was no different. I stared at my plate as the waitress gave it to me and yelled as loud as I could, "I'm a lesbian." Now, hearing a little kid scream that in any restaurant will cause shock to most people, but being a little boy that didn't know what that meant, I guess made it a little worse. Everyone looked over, I mean everyone, and kept swapping gazes between my dad and I. Finally, after the initial 5 seconds of shock settled, the waitress bent down and asked me, "Honey, do you know what that means?" "Nope," I said, and I happily started to munch down on pancakes while my dad covers his face in his trademarked face hold of shame. In the end, she explains what a lesbian is when two ladies like each other like your mom and dad do and kiss, and my kid brain decides to say oh, gross, and continue eating. Everyone laughed it off when the initial shock settled, but my dad still tells that story now, and it's probably 15 years later. Remember when you were young enough to not quite know exactly what making love entailed, but it's such a wholesome sounding euphemism that you figured it just meant something Mr. Rogers while like having warm feelings? So I used to hang out at a family friend's place. They had a lot of land and sold Christmas trees in the winter. Had a lot of pets, that sort of thing. I remember they had this one husky with piercing blue eyes named Lady. Anyway, one time, I must have been around 10 or 11, I was over there, had spent the whole day with them. At last, the sun is setting, and the grown-ups are itching to call it a day. I was tired too, and while the other kids heeded the call to come meet up with the parents in the back of the house, I stayed behind. Edit, in a little wooded area out of sight and a bit farther back, to just hang out with this beautiful dog and stare into her eyes. Guess what I told them to tell the adults I was staying behind doing with their dog? The grown-ups arrived within seconds, and for some reason they all either looked confused or relieved. This memory has haunted me ever since the day it came flooding back with a whole revelatory new layer of meaning when I got older. and it explains the skeptical side-eyeing I've always gotten from everyone around me all the time ever since. I was getting dressed for my soccer game. I'm short, so my shirt basically hid my pants when I wore them. I put my shirt on first, look at my legs, and think that I'm ready. I get in the car, but I still don't notice the cold under my shirt. I get to the game, and I still haven't noticed. We start warming up and running around, and nobody else notices either. Then we get into positions. The whistle blows. I notice. What do? I couldn't just run off, tell my mom, and go home, because that would be weird. So I played, but trying not to run too hard, that people could see under my shirt. The whistle was blown again, and it was the end of the first half. The second half starts. Somewhere in the middle of the half, I trip. I roll over, showing underneath my shirt. It was fast, but I think someone from the other team saw me, because of their facial expression. Sometime after that I was subbed off. Then, for some reason my coach wanted to sub me with the goalie. But he wanted me to be fast, so he told me to turn my shirt inside out. Keep in mind this is only U13. Whoops. I convinced him not to after about 30 seconds, and got the goalie jumper off my teammate. Goalie wasn't exactly fun either. I tried not to dive too hard, as to expose my underpants. The whistle is blown again. It's over. I get in the car, very self-conscious. I get home, and my pants are still lying on my bed. TLDR, forget to put pants on for soccer game. Nobody notices, but had a hard time trying to keep it secret. On the first day of my first year in middle school I was sick, so I ended up missing it. Therefore I missed all of the day 1 sheet. Jump to day 2. I'm in gym class and we are outside playing soccer. At the end of class all of us walk together back into the school. I'm casually talking to people, just going with the flow of traffic, not really paying much attention to my surroundings. Flow of traffic starts to turn to the right through a set of doors which I believe to be a side entrance to the main gymnasium. As I enter the doors I immediately begin to realize I faked up. I take a look around and realize that I'm actually in the girls' locker room, while half of them are changing out of their gym clothes back into school clothes. I then begin to hear the gasps followed by a few shrieks. This is then followed up with a woman gym teacher yelling at me asking what do I think I'm doing here. In utter confusement and embarrassment all I could say was I don't know. She immediately grabs me and drags me out, and I can now hear a wave of giggles behind me. I'm then taken all the way to the principal's office, where I spend 30 minutes trying to explain that I wasn't trying to be some creepy kid trying to get a look at some half-naked girls, and I had no idea I was headed in there. Come to find out that apparently the day before it was shown that when you enter the building all of the girls turn right and the guys walk down the hall and then go to the right to the separate boys' locker room. By the time I get out to the office and back to where I was supposed to be originally, the entire faking class had discovered what had occurred. From the boys I received a few fist bumps and high fives. From the girls I received cold stares along with some of the most disgusted faces I've ever seen. Despite trying to explain it was an accident, for the rest of that year I was known as that guy. My mom loves this story. I was 4 and in kindergarten. My brother was 5, and in first grade. My class had show and tell one day and we all brought in the typical stuff, toys and such, except this one girl who brought in a sonogram to show. She was very excited and happy about her new sibling. Anyways, when she's done my teacher asks us, do you know where babies come from? And I raise my hand. And I'm pretty sure she was expecting a euphemism, you know? The stork brings it, or it's a gift from God, or your parents buy it from the hospital. What she got was your mommy and daddy have to get up in the bed and wiggle. Which, honestly, I don't know where I learned that, but for a 4-year-old it was pretty accurate. Of course, everyone goes apeshit. I was totally oblivious, of course, in the way only children can be. I remember getting sent to the principal's office and having no idea why I was there. I knew what I said. I didn't know what was wrong with it. Then my mom got there and I had no idea why she was there. My mom says she got a frantic call from the school and left work thinking my brother got in a fight again. But it was me, sitting there in my Oshkosh b'gosh overalls without a care in the world. They told her what happened, and I remember there being a lot of back and forth between her and the principal about me being in the room for the conversation, but I tuned out. It was grown folks talk and boring. Anyways, my mom decided to just take me home for the day, and while she was at it, she decided to take my brother too, so she didn't have to come back later. So he gets up to the office and, having spent way more time there than I did, was immediately attuned to everyone being in a tizzy. He asked me what I did, and I said I don't know. Mrs. X asked where babies come from, and I said mommy and daddy have to get up in the bed and wiggle, and everybody got upset. My brother, ladies and gentlemen, stood in the middle of the office and said you dummy, they don't wiggle, they slide. We got a week off from school. Bonus, my kindergarten teacher was the family preacher's wife. I definitely did a lot of stuff that makes me cringe when I was younger, even recently, but in 7th grade I did something I'll never forget. I had a huge crush on this girl, and one of my best friends liked her best friend. We decided to send letters to them at the same time and he wrote both of them. I decided I wanted to write my own, and to quote it vicariously. I want to be with you, but I'm too shy now to ask you out someday we will date. Basically, I don't know how I thought this was even remotely acceptable and not weird. I guess I was just counting on the fact that she wouldn't find out it was me. But she did, because one of my friends told a few guys, and I guess somehow the word spread. A few months later her brother asked me if I was the guy who sent her sister a love letter. Yep, that's the worst possible thing that could have happened. The worst part is that I did it again, about a year later. My friend helped me write a poem for her at lunch, and I was pissing myself all of band class, figuratively, until my friend gave the letter to her. The letter wasn't totally cringe-worthy, but I wish I would have had the balls to give it to her myself. At the end of the hour, the teacher calls me into her office, and I was confused as fuck. I was certain the girl I liked had told on me. I freaked out and left and was super down for the rest of the day. In first hour, I told my friends how I sent someone a letter and the girl had told on me really loudly and emphasized on how sad I was. I go to band to find out I actually had just forgotten to turn in my permission slip. When I was very young, maybe 5 or 6, I had bumped my face at home and had a black eye. When I went to school I started telling kids I'd been punched in the face by some older kid for no reason, you know, because that's cool. Anyways, word started to spread, and it reached my teacher who took me aside to find out what had happened and I, of course, continued the lie, but now I needed to come up with more details about the older kid and his appearance as my teacher began to pry deeper into the attack. This got so out of hand that my mother was called into the school, and to my amazement she didn't call me out on the lie. She acted surprised, but she knew full well I'd done that sheet at home. My teacher, my mother and I proceeded to spend the next half hour going to all the classes, and I had to look over all the kids and identify which kid punched me in the face. My mother just watching me bullshit away. It was awful. What's worse is I started to get paranoid I was going to get caught out. I actually picked an innocent kid out of the class and said the attacker kinda looked like him. I got to leave school early with my mother, and I was freaking out thinking I was going to be in so much shit. We left the building, and she turns to me, tells me I'm in a lot of trouble. But I could see from her disguised smile she just found the whole thing unbelievably funny. We still laugh about it to this day. I was away at camp the summer before 6th grade. It was super cool because it was one of the first times I had been away from home and allowed to stay in a cabin with other kids without an adult. So obviously we were really jazzed about getting opportunities to fraternize. Everybody was looking for a camp girlfriend / boyfriend, etc. I had been socially successful enough to make friends with the cool guys in my cabin, which I felt would definitely raise my chances. And each night of the camp they had a social / dance type thing, so we were sure we had it made. Well, the first night of the social they played a game where one of the counselors would go around the dance, shine a flashlight on someone random, and they had to bust a move right then and there. The first few kids did amazing stuff. One kid did a split, another kid did this cool twirl thing, one kid could break dance, cheering and applause after each. Then I randomly get selected, and my brain starts racing. What should I do? So I do this weird spastic freak out motion flailing all my appendages, like I'm being electrocuted. I can see the visible cringe on the counselor's face, and it's dead silent afterwards. One of the cool guys from my group puts his arm around me and just says in my ear, "Don't ever do anything like that again." So, yeah. That moment followed me for the rest of the week of camp, and I was known as that guy. Other fun stories from camp: one of the kids in our group sprayed soda all over the vending machine, and they had to evaluate the damage. The kid was very distraught afterwards when they told him they were going to have to charge his parents $3,000. Another kid in my cabin was like a serial killer in the making. He had brought this suction cup dart gun with him, and the first day he ripped all the suction cups off and would shoot at you with just the plastic dart bodies. It hurt. The same kid tackled me at one point and held a fire extinguisher nozzle in my face and was screaming about how he was going to freeze my brain. Luckily a counselor was nearby and came and pulled him off of me. I have two. One kinda cringy and the other I still think are funny. My best friend in middle school and I were kinda giant weebs before weeboo existed as a term. We'd watch the latest fansubs that we ordered on bootlegged VHS either through fanzines or at cons, that kinda thing. In order to impress her and her dad on how cool I was, I lied to them for a few months about how my dad was going to take me to Japan. For the first time in months I wanted a ride home instead of taking my bike because it was pouring outside. So I called home. My dad came over to pick me up and ended up talking to my best friend's dad for a while, and catching up, her dad ended up asking my dad about our Japan trip and the truth came out, and I had never been so embarrassed. The other is my freshman year of high school in Phys edition. At the time there was like a presidential fitness test you'd take at the start of the semester and then again at the end to measure improvement. Our teacher had our class of like 40 pair off. I say hello to the girl and we make our way to the mats to do the crunch and sit up test. Hers goes over pretty well, she's very thin but active, so she does okay. Great, my turn. Everything went fine in the crunch test, time to move on to sit-ups. Suddenly it hits me, I have to fetched, but we are being timed, and I wanna impress my new friend, so I power through. Every sit-up brings me close to having a nuclear explosion. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. I'm going in for my last sit-up. I come up as the teacher says we're done for my final sit-up so hard that I ripped the loudest as I have ever ripped in my life in that gymnasium. It echoed for what seemed like an eternity in that quiet gym. I start smiling and snickering ever so slightly, and then I came to a full-on laugh as I realized that I had basically just fetched it in this girl's face that I had just met as she was spotting me during sit-ups by holding my feet firmly to the ground with her hands. She scowled at me and then started laughing, and so did most of the other kids. We were pretty close friends throughout high school after that incident. There's this tradition in my country where during a certain time of the year, people eat dumplings with surprises. That is, some of the dumplings have stuff inside them, usually stuff like a bean, a pea, salt, sugar, pepper, sometimes a ring, and what you get in your dumpling predicts what next year will be like for you. Like if you get salt, you're going to cry a lot. If you get sugar, you'll have a sweet life, etc. But sometimes people come up with their own interpretations of stuff. Anyway, I was a kid at a family table, and we were eating those dumplings with surprises. There were mostly adults there. So, one of the women got something in her dumpling, I don't remember what it was, which made people assume she's going to marry a foreigner. Then she got a piece of sausage, and someone went, "Oh, you gonna marry a foreigner with a big sausage?" And everyone laughed. As a kid, I didn't really get it, and I thought they were just laughing cause it was so absurd, imagining a foreigner walking around with a sausage on a fork or something. So, next day I go to school, and our teacher asks us, "So, how was your vacations?" And I tell her, in front of the whole class, "So, we were playing this game blah blah blah, and one of my mom's friend is going to marry a foreigner with a big sausage." And keep in mind, our teacher was not some young hip teacher, but a very old and prim lady. She didn't tell me anything though, and only years and years later I realized what I really said, and what kind of sausage everyone was talking about. When I was in the 4th Great. We had a Halloween party at my school where we were allowed to bring our costumes to change into and eat snacks in our homeroom. I specifically remember that year that I had a pink and grey barbarian costume. When the principal announced over the intercom that we could change into our costumes, I immediately asked to go to the restroom to do so. Now, some background info. There was a teacher at the school that was notoriously evil. She was hateful, rude, and extremely intimidating. She almost sent me to the principal's office once for telling a kid which page we were on. She thought I was just talking in class. She was also infamous for sending kids to the office for leaving the curly fringes on their paper from tearing them out of spiral notebooks. When I went to change, the girls' restroom was, as usual, a mess. It was an elementary school, after all. Every single stool had wet toilet paper stuck to the floor and was overall just gross. No way I was gonna change in one of those. So, I had to make a decision. The result was me deciding to just change in the corner of the restroom facing the wall. My logic here was we're all just girls in the bathroom, so if someone walks in, it's okay. Not even 20 seconds later, the infamous teacher walks right in the restroom. I turn to look at her, costume half on. Part of my soul withered away that day and has never returned. She just said something along the lines of, "Oh, maybe you might want to change in the stall next time." Ashamed, I just replied, "Okay." My dad was living in a little bungalow out in the backyard of my best friend's mum's house. We were 10 or 11 and weren't yet friends, and he was having a birthday party that I wasn't invited to, but I was over at my dad's place and a curious young lad that wanted to pass the time. So I pretended I was a spy, snuck down and hid behind the car in the carport, and pretended to shoot the guests as they arrived. It made sense to my young mind that they were kids I didn't know, and therefore enemies in my little spy scenario. About 15 minutes into it, this really pretty girl walks up the driveway and spots me as I shoot her with my finger guns. I drop behind the car, heart racing. I think to myself, she didn't see me, did she? Is my cover blown? I should probably report to home base before my situation gets any worse. As I'm running over what my next move is, now that this pretty girl blew my cover, unbeknownst to me, she's made her way around to my position behind the car, and as I get up to retreat back to my dad's bungalow, aka home base, I realize she's standing right there with an expression on her face that I describe to this day as a "what the fuck are you doing?" look, staring at me squatting behind my dad's white Mitsubishi. Manner holding my hands up Charlie's Angels style. I'm not proud of what happened next, by the way. After what was most likely a second or two, maximum, but what seemed like 4 hours of soul-crushing embarrassment, I outstretched my arms and shot her again with my finger guns, as if that would put her down for sure, and I could go back to sniping the guests as they arrived. I think she thought I was mentally retarded or something. I sincerely do not blame her, as her face just cringed, and she walked back around to where the party was being held in the nearby garage. I don't think she ever told Mitch, my best friend, that was throwing the party, as I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have been friends at all if that were the case. Good times. I was watching my friends on the monkey bars in kindergarten. I thought I had to fetched, and instead it was a huge messy diarrhea. I had to waddle to the recess lady and tell her I shit my pants. She brought me to the nurse, and I got the extra pants and undies they had kids keep for incidents like this, but they gave my sheet covered shorts and undies in a brown paper bag. And I had to bring that back to my cubby in the classroom. I think about that a lot as an adult, because I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease at age 22. Looking back, I wonder if my Crohn's was rearing its ugly head even back then, and my mom just ignored it. I didn't go to the doctor much past a certain age. Decided to edit in a few others, because reading the responses is making me remember. I moved from Germany to America when I was 4. I didn't speak English, but my older brother who was 7 did. He had great fun teaching me that "fuck you" meant hello, and "I faking hate you" meant I love you. Needless to say, our first few babysitters didn't like me. My mom eventually wised up and hired a babysitter that was taking German in school. She got extra credit, and I got a babysitter who could explain to me my brother was wrong and would listen and scold him when he tried to teach me bad words. This one happened as an adult, so shouldn't actually count. But I was about 22, and I'll be 33 soon, so I consider that kind of kid years still. Lol. I was working at a call center for a children's gaming company, and coworkers were talking about movies they'd seen with a manager. I'd recently watched a documentary on Japanese kabuki theater. I tried to say that, and I said bukkake instead. They all looked at me shocked. My husband worked there with me, and the manager went to ask him what kind of documentaries we were watching. He quickly explained to her that I'd gotten the word wrong. In my defense, this was a few weeks after my Crohn's diagnosis, and I was still getting used to being on heavy pain meds and steroids. But still not much of a defense lol. Probably when I participated in a talent show on my holiday in Greece. So this probably happened when I was around 11 to 12. So as for the talent I chose to perform as an avid follower of magic tricks as a child, obviously I had to go for a dance and juggling act to the song Hard Rock Hallelujah by Lordi. And what apparel would such an act require? Well, obviously a black and pink cap with the text YOLO on it, round sunglasses with dollar signs reflecting off of them, a t-shirt with a mighty dragon and flames and in khaki shorts, and finally to top it off green Crocs. The way the act would play out in my head consisted of me entering the stage epically juggling to balls for maybe 30 seconds straight to the beginning of Hard Rock Hallelujah, then suddenly I would fall backwards acting like I slipped, and then stand up in a robotic motion and do an awesome robot dance. How it actually played out went something along the lines of I entered the stage juggling the two balls very awkwardly, almost prematurely tripping on the stairs to the stage, then I performed the slip and hit my head on the edge of those stairs making an audible thud sound. Then after maybe an awkward 10 to 20 seconds later of me laying on the ground and Her Royal Highness playing, I stand up in as stiff of motion I could and then perform a really awful robot dance consisting of me wailing my arms slowly and turning left and right for the remaining minute of Her Royal Highness whilst quietly sobbing to the pain in the back of my head. In 4th grade I really wanted to throw a pool party on the last day of school for everyone in my class. There was a girl I really liked, and I had this perfect adolescent ambition of impressing her with the perfect pool party. I asked my parents, and they said yes. Only thing was, there were a few kids in my class that I didn't have a problem with exactly, but I was afraid if they showed up no one would come. They were of the smellier, larger variety. I couldn't work my head around it. My desperate 9-year-old mind was convinced that if they came to the party, no one else would. It was a toxic and really a very pathetic complex when I look back at it. So what I did is in the invitation I wrote at the very bottom, don't worry, X, Y, and Z won't be invited or something to that effect. But then I got so embarrassed and felt so bad that I blacked out the line with a Sharpie. So then I handed out the invitations and I was kinda bummed because not that many people could make it, but the girl I liked could, so that was good. But then my friend told me that his mom said he couldn't go because you could see the message at the bottom through the Sharpie, and she couldn't believe something like that was allowed to leave the house. I was so devastated. I felt so embarrassed that the invitations I had handed out had such a hurtful message on them. I felt so bad. I never apologized to the kids, and I had to cancel the party on the day of anyway because of rain. But whenever I think back on this memory I still get really sad and embarrassed. Phil. Brian, if you're out there, sorry guys. L. Was at a house party when I was about 18 and a few of us decided to get a taxi uptown to a club instead. On the way out of the house these two kids about 15 were shouting at us and asking for alcohol. Me being drunk and thinking I'm hard decides to shout abuse at them and tell them to fuck off as we got in the taxi. Was in the club a few hours before deciding to head back to the house party. Got out the taxi and I decide to call it a night and head home. Stick my headphones in, and I'm so drunk at this point I'm just singing out loud, really loud and really badly, whilst walking through the public park. I notice a recycling bin is on fire behind one of the skate park ramps, so I wander over to take a look. It's quite relaxing looking at fire when you're away with it, so I'm still singing away and watching this bin burn when all of a sudden two kids come from round the front of the ramp. It's those kids I shouted abuse at. They heard me singing and realized who I was. I point blank lied and said I don't know who they are and that I wasn't at any house party. I'm still super drunk, so that lie didn't go down well. One of them punches me right in the jaw. I'm too drunk to feel it, but at that point I just sprinted away and hoped they weren't chasing me. Got home and in bed. Wake up the next morning with my jaw in agony. Remember everything that happened and super cringe every time I think about it. TLDR, I was really drunk and shouted abuse at some kids. They find me later on in the night singing to myself, so decided to punch me in the face before I run all the way home. I hate myself. In the 8th grade, my teacher realized she left her purse in her car and asked me to get it for her. I went to a small K-12 private school, so this wasn't weird. She said she drove the silver Honda. I was, not good with recognizing cars. I'm just not a car person. The only reason I know what cars my husband drives is because I memorize license plates. I'm about as good at recognizing cars as I'm at recognizing faces. Hint, not very. Also important to note is the fact that this was at a time when power locks weren't super common yet. Also a key part of this story, the high school kids were having their morning break. So here goes 13-year-old me, waltzing my way out of the gate, and for some reason, I totally ignore the silver car parked closest to the school gate. Instead, I walk all the way across to the lone silver car parked under the lone tree in B parking lot, and try to unlock the car. No luck. I jiggle the key in the lock a few more times. Nope. No dice. And I'm sure the eyes of all those high schoolers are on me at this very moment, while my awkward barely teenaged hands try to jam that key into that lock like a horny teenage boy getting it in for the first time. I'm befuddled. I do the walk of shame back to my classroom, explain my predicament to my teacher, who at this point is probably wondering how someone could fuck up unlocking a car that badly, and enlist my sort of friend to help me with my problem. And off we embark back to the parking lot. The high school kids are still outside. Why is their break so long? 15 minutes is all it takes, right? I shove the key into the lock again. See? I tell my comrade. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Still, nothing. My classmate shakes her head and shrugs in confusion. And then, after what feels like an eternity, but, in reality, was probably only about a minute, I hear loud and clear from across the parking lot. Wrong car, dummy. And so I did a second walk of shame back to the gate, where I see the silver car that I had completely disregarded for who knows what faking reason, and decide, why the hell not? Let's put it in and give it a go. And that's the story of how 17-year-old very clearly witnessed me trying to break into her car on a school morning during her break time for a purse that didn't even belong to her. It was 3rd grade. I was doing a presentation in the school cafeteria with the whole 3rd grade watching. What we had to do was dress up as a historical figure and tell the grade who they are, what they did, etc. I was Harriet Tubman. The teachers wanted you to dress up, but didn't want you to buy a full-blown costume. Now, my mom is a larger woman, but she was determined to get me on that stage with her clothing on and look like her part. So, she gives me one of her old long skirts and an old shirt that could pass off as raggedy. However, I of course, as an autistic 8-year-old girl with that, didn't even think twice about tighten up the skirt with a belt at all. My mom may have tightened it up to the best of her ability, but it was basically just a loose piece of fabric around my waist. I remember walking in a straight line behind my class, entering the cafeteria, when all of a sudden, my skirt faking falls off. Nothing beneath it. No tights. No shorts. Just faking Care Bear underwear and fear. I immediately pull my skirt back up, but the damage was done. My skirt just fell down in front of the entire 3rd grade with sheety, tattered Care Bear underwear on. I don't remember being extremely embarrassed at the time, since I was high ADD and mild autism and just kind of forgot about it, or I was just super oblivious and just didn't know kids were laughing at me. But one night in 5th grade, the emotions flooded back and it hit me like a truck. TLDR, in an attempt to look like a historical role model, my skirt from my overweight mother caused the entire 3rd grade to see my underwear. So I was calling one of my ex-friends when her boyfriend answered. I'm a guy. He told me to leave his girl alone and never to talk to her again. Me being a sarcastic idiot said, you want to fight about it? How about KFC? He knew exactly where the KFC I was talking about was and how long it would take him to get there. "I'll be there in 10 minutes," he said. I just replied with a sarcastic "yeah, okay." I had never met this guy in my life, mind you, but right out of the gate I knew he was crazy. I decided to hang out with another friend instead, to left my house to get gas first. To let you guys know, I was never serious about meeting this guy and was just joking with him. But 10 minutes later I'm filling up with gas at Circle K, which is at least 2 miles from the nearest KFC, getting in my car ready to leave for home, when I hear a tap at the window. I look over to see a tall black guy holding nunchucks in one hand and a fist in the other. He tells with an angry face to get out of the car and never talk to so and so again. As I'm looking around me to as what's happening, I see a huge Mexican dude holding back some girl trying to talk some sense into nunchucks, and like 3 other people in a car parked behind mine. What the fuck? Amazingly, I wasn't completely in shock from this guy and his posse appearing out of nowhere with nunchucks and knowing what I look like / drive. I told him no, she can do whatever she pleases, and so can I with my best tough guy impression. All that produced was a disgusted look on his face as he started to walk back to his car, probably to get a katana, I don't know. That's when I hightailed it out there lol. The most embarrassing part out of the whole thing was telling him to meet me at KFC as a joke and not knowing he was black, and him actually showing up to KFC, not finding me there because it was just a sarcastic quip, and then somehow he ends up at a Circle K like 2 miles away where I just happened to be. Dude was watching way too much anime, bringing his nunchucks to fight me. Probably worked really well at beating my ass with them. Though it was the first grade and the clock was 2:30 p.m. Our elementary school got out at 3 p.m, but I had to go to the bathroom. I was in need of relief, but there were problems with this situation. I was a shy little girl that rarely spoke in front of the class, and in order to go use the restrooms, I had to raise my hand and ask the teacher permission to leave the classroom and use it. Generally I would avoid this anxiety-inducing approach by holding it in until either recess, lunchtime, before or after school. Unfortunately I had drank a large serving of low-fat chocolate milk served in the school cafeteria that day, and I was about to explode. I looked up at the clock. It was 2:40 p.m. It seemed like time was moving in slow motion. I decided I couldn't hold it any longer. The only solution was to raise my hand and ask permission to use the restroom. My tummy was churning, and I was getting sweaty. I didn't want to speak in front of the class and let everyone know I had to use the restroom. The embarrassment would be too much, and I didn't want every child in the classroom staring at me. I thought in my head, even if I raised my hand, what would I call her? Teacher? Her maiden name? Or her newly married name that I wasn't sure if I was pronouncing right. Suddenly, in a moment of panic, I couldn't hold it in anymore. My blue Levi jeans now had a wet spot and the bottom of my chair now had a yellow lake. Did anyone notice yet? No, perhaps when the bell rings I can sneak out of there without anyone seeing my bottoms. The bell finally rings at 3 p.m. Make sure you put up your chair on top of the table so the janitor can clean more easily. Oh no, I thought. Now the janitor is going to have an annoying time mopping up my shameful puddle, and I have to put up my chair. I quickly put up my chair without anyone noticing it being wet and ran outside the room. Did anyone see it? I covered my bottom with the jacket I had, but I hated feeling wet. I walked up to my mum's truck and hopped inside. What did you do? I told her I'm sorry mommy, but I accidentally wet myself. Needless to say she wasn't pleased, but she's seen my naked bottom and was my mother. I wasn't embarrassed about potty accidents with her, only my peers and my teachers at school I feared most of all. After that incident, I never pissed my pants in school ever again. Oh, where to start? In 5th grade, I was so disruptive to the class that the teacher decided to move my desk up to the front of the room next to her desk. Big mistake. That was essentially putting me on center stage, and I took it as a challenge to make everyone laugh when her back was turned. One time, I was wearing a long sleeved knit shirt, stretchy, and I would pull one arm out of the sleeve inside the shirt and stick it down into the other sleeve so my both hands were sticking out of one sleeve. It was quite awkward looking. Then, I'd wave both hands to the class The first few times, there were only quiet snickers, and I was able to do this a couple more times and quickly pull it out before she knew what was happening. This of course made it even funnier to the class, and then last time, they could no longer contain it and all started laughing, and I so was caught. She saw me and said, "Oh, I suppose you think this is funny?" Now, at this tender age, the concept of a rhetorical question was not something I was really able to grasp. Naturally, I said, "Sure," which of course got the crowd, I mean class, laughing again. So far, this was working out well for me. As it happens, at that very moment, a bunch of kids were being led down the hall past our door and she said, "Then perhaps you'd like to perform for the whole school?" As I said before, I didn't know about rhetorical questions, so I eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, the rest of the class was laughing more and more. I was too stupid to be embarrassed, so she told me to go over to the door and perform my little trick for everyone. My mom always told me to do what the teacher told me to do, so I had to oblige. I pulled out one arm from my shirt, stuck it down the other sleeve, and, standing at the open door in front of about 20 other kids, waved at them with two hands inside the one sleeve, while the other dangled loosely at my side as they passed by our door. The rest of the kids in my class were unable to contain themselves, and the kids walking down the hall started laughing as I just kept on waving. In my mind, this was all 100% sanctioned by my teacher. I was having a great time, and I was making everybody laugh. It never occurred to me that I was going to get in trouble later. Naturally, this is quite embarrassing when I think about it as an adult. Side note, my sister-in-law ended up becoming a teacher at that same school about 15 years later, and when the other teachers heard her last name, they said, "There was a kid named Monk that went here and used to do some of the weirdest stuff." She embarrassingly said, "Yeah, I married his older brother." It's nice to know that my legacy had lived on. One time I didn't do the work on a presentation, not the group type. So there I stood by myself, with no material, no knowledge on the subject, and no actual PowerPoint or anything. My given subject was how kosher food was made or how food is made kosher. I just bullshitted the entire 5 minutes. I explained that the animal had to be slaughtered with a sacrificial dagger by means of cutting open the neck and letting it bleed out. I explained that once that's done, they would bathe the meat in a mixture of perfumed oils and water with a few leaves of mint in it. Let it soak, while a rabbi says a prayer and says thanks. Then the meat is treated as normal by a processing factory, except it has to be a factory that no unclean meat has been in before, or it would make the kosher meat unclean. Everyone faking. Bought it. Even the teacher. I got well over a passing grade 7/10 and the only reason I didn't get any higher is because I didn't do a PowerPoint presentation with sparkly letters and sheet. Also one time I got dressed so fast, my mum was genuinely surprised. I bragged about it to my brothers and their friends playing football in the street. Yeah, you know I just learned this trick that will make getting dressed and undressed so much easier for me and the rest of the world. When I tell them, I will definitely get a Nobel Prize, I tell you. They replied, "Oh yeah. Go on then. Show us your trick." I proceeded to pull down my faking trousers in the middle of the road to reveal my yellow ducky pajamas and proudly pose saying, "Ta-da, see. Easy." Then I started pulling them up and down saying ready for bed, ready for the day, ready for bed, ready for the day. Accordingly, I lost the respect of my brothers and his friends and my brother said to stay away from them and their friends for at least 3 weeks. This thing still faking haunts me. I went to a Catholic grade school where we had to wear uniforms. Nothing crazy, just a white polo with pants. When I was in 8th grade, in our science class, each lab group was given a specific experiment, and we all carried them out and had to present them one day. One of the groups did this thing with steel wool to make it rust. It was just dropped into a beaker with a bunch of chemicals. The end result was a weird clump of steel wool in a red/brown liquid. I guess it had a specific scent, because we were told to waft it toward us, as smelling stuff directly isn't always safe. When they passed the beaker around the room, each student wafted the scent towards them. It was given to our table. When it was my turn, I went to waft it. It smelled weird, so I did it again. On the second round, my hand-eye coordination betrayed me, My pinky tipped the beaker as I was bringing my hand toward my face, and it sent this red/brown liquid flying at my shirt. Looked like I got splattered with slime on Nickelodeon, except someone replaced the slime with red stained sheet. The teacher seemed to not notice, and not all of the students noticed. I slowly got up, went to the sink, cleaned myself and got paper towels to clean the table, and then sat back down thinking I was a stealthy ninja. Then my teacher asked me, after everyone was done presenting, if I was done cleaning up my mess. She didn't have to be so sarcastic. Obviously it was an accident, and cold possible been dangerous if there were the wrong chemicals. Lol. That sheet faking haunts me. I was about 7 to 8 years old and me and my parents were having dinner at their friend's house. They had their grandson at the house, who was about my age, and was already showing signs of being a troublemaker. I on the other hand was always a good kid. I never got in any serious trouble, and was always relatively shy. Later in the evening after dinner, the adults are downstairs having a few drinks and we are upstairs playing around with Play-Doh. He ends up making this perfect replica of a business, veins and all, and dares me to walk downstairs and put it on the dinner table. I walk downstairs with the fake business in hand with a smirk thinking this is going to get a huge laugh. I calmly walk up and slap it on the table so it's standing upright. Everyone audibly gasped, and I instantly knew I was faked. My dad said I'm sorry, but we have to leave immediately. He was speeding home like a madman yelling through his gritted teeth about how embarrassed they were, while I sit in petrified fear in the backseat. The second we get home he ripped his belt off in record time and whooped my ass with it. Never saw that kid again, but I know he is now in jail for hitting someone with his car. Also around this time in my life I decided, while watching cartoons downstairs, it would be a good idea to pee in the paper shredder. Whatever show I was watching was just too important to use a proper pee receptacle. Found the nearest bin and just let loose. That was a fun conversation when my parents went to shred a bank statement, only to find a day-old puddle of Capri Sun piss. Or a little later in life, let's say I was 11, I was making a pot of coffee for my dad. I accidentally broke the pot on the counter. I decided instead of telling him the pot is broken, I just grab a piece of duct tape and slap it over the chipped part and brew an entire pot of coffee. 10 minutes later I hear my dad yelling. I go to the kitchen and he is holding the empty pot with a little piece of duct tape hanging from it and is surrounded by coffee on the floor. I was such an idiot. Good times. The neighborhood I grew up in, until we moved, when I was 7 was almost all boys, so as a young girl in the 80s, there weren't any girls nearby for me to play with. I'd try to hang with my older brother and the boys, but sometimes I wanted to do girl things. When I was about 4, family with a 3-year-old boy moved next door and we became friends. I wanted a female friend so badly that a couple times I dressed him up like a girl, having him put one of my long nightgowns on over his clothes like a dress, and wearing my little orphan Annie wig. My parents have a picture they love to torture me with. Later that year, he and I were playing in my room, but it was getting to be time for him to go home, so I hid him in my closet. I told everyone I didn't know where he was, thinking he could just stay there for a while, consequence free. Nope. The police got called because it seemed like he truly was missing. I was typically a really honest kid, so I came clean. My parents made me apologize and all was well. His family moved a while later. Drug dealers moved in, so we moved when I was almost 7. When I was 12, my parents sent me to a tiny private school, 100 kids from K-8th grade, since the public school teachers were on strike. Wouldn't you know, that kid's whole faking family went to that school, even cousins, and his grandpa was the pastor at that church, as well as a teacher there. His aunt was the school secretary. So, of course, my mom has to bring up how, when I was 4 faking years old I forced this kid to cross-dress, and kidnapped him once. Whatever, I just avoided the kid and he didn't seem to remember me. He was like 3 at the time. It gets a little dark here. Next year in 8th grade, his grandpa, the pastor, was my homeroom teacher. Pastor was kinda weird, but aren't most of them? One day, we have a substitute. The school tells us he's sick. I get home from school and my parents freak out. There'd been an article in the newspaper that the pastor had been arrested on charges of child molestation and potentially of one or more of his grandchildren. He went to prison for a long time. It's none of my business who the pastor's victims were, but I still feel bad for that whole family having to go through that. I'm still loosely connected to some of them through social media, since many of us are still friends, and I actually married a guy who went there. My mom still brings them up from time to time, and I still get embarrassed and sad for the family, but it's good to see they seem to be doing well. TLDR, when I was 4, in the 80s, I dressed my 3-year-old neighbor boy up like a girl, and also hid him in my closet. When I was 12, he and his whole faking family went to the private school I had just started at, including his pastor grandpa, who got sent to prison for child molestation the next year. The family is doing pretty well though, as far as I know. I was in Girl Scouts, and we had our promotion ceremony in someone's neighborhood playground/pool area. After we were done, we all went at the pool, where a lifeguard was at. Even though I was one of the older kids, I was extremely immature and an attention seeker. No one paid attention to me. Not one talked to me when I tried to say something to them. So I started begging for it by splashing around in the deeper zone, 4 feet. Everyone else was in the deep zone too, and crying out, "Help. Guys, help." Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting out of that, but the lifeguard jumping in was not it. Actually, it was the lifeguard's fiancée. She was out talking to the parents and was upset the lifeguard didn't do anything, so she jumped in herself. He later got involved, and I remember the rough pull dragging me out of the pool. Everyone was watching at this point. The girls who didn't bother saying anything to me asked if I was okay, while I was absolutely confused like hell. I ended up going back in and then out to have a mother get upset at me asking if I really needed help. All I could say was, well, it was pretty deep. After that, I asked my mom if we could leave early and she agreed. Not only was that extremely embarrassing and still haunts me to this day on how faking stupid I was back then, but I guess it was a life lesson. Don't even remotely make it seem like you're drowning, or else you just might regret it. TLDR, I faked drowning to get attention from my peers, but ended up getting saved by the lifeguard's fiancée and lectured by a mother. Okay, I actually have a pretty good story which happened when I was in 1st grade, 6 to 7 years old. So there was this girl that I liked since the year before in kindergarten class, and we were in the same class again that year. This all happened because I had finally memorized our home landline number. When I finally had it nailed down in my 6 years old infinite wisdom, I realized that everyone would want my phone number. So I pulled out this big binder full of Aladdin stickers, cut the stickers out, and wrote my number on the back of every single one. I roll up to school the next day with hundreds of stickers jammed into my backpack, all with my number on it. Things start off fine as I hand a couple out to each of my friends who thinks I'm super cool. So after making sure all my close friends all had a couple, I started randomly passing them out to other kids in my school in the hallways. So it's the period before lunchtime, and at this point I had given one to everyone I saw, except the girl I had a crush on. Being the super shy kid that I was, I took 2 huge handfuls of stickers and shoved them into her desk on the way out to lunch. This is where everything went wrong. I blamed my friend Jeremy for the longest for this. While at lunch, my friend keeps egging me on to give a sticker to her, not knowing I had shoved like 40 in her desk. So he asks for one, and I give it to him, and he runs over and hands it to her and tells her it's from me. I'm really shy and couldn't even look up from the table. So we get back to class and she goes to take her notebook out and all these stickers start falling everywhere. I can see she is visibly annoyed/mad, and she grabs a couple and goes up front to the teacher and explained everything that had happened. I got called up at the end of the day as we were walking out and was told, hey, if someone wants your number they will ask for it, so you don't have to force it on everyone. I turned beet red and ran out of there as fast as I could. Was super cringy and I will never forget it. SRY for any type as I'm on mobile and am working. Currently being driven to next job. P.S. Fuck you, Jeremy. I was maybe 17 or 18. For this experience I was still a kid. I had never been snowboarding or skiing. Rented a snowboard and boots and drove into the mountains to board with a friend. Bought tickets and Since it was my first time, I wanted to try the training lift. I couldn't even make it up the training lift. My friend told me you just need to get going, and you have it. Coming from a longboard background, he was correct. We went to the top of the lift and took off. I got the hang of it instantly, sort of. At one point I got stuck in the slush. I had to walk myself out of it to my friend, who was waiting at the next drop. So tired after walking through the slush, I dropped my board. Guess what? I wasn't trained to use a leech. Board goes flying down the mountain. I was thinking, damn, now I have to get it and start walking down the mountain. People on the left start yelling, go down on your butt. That actually helped me get down faster. Once I made it to the bottom, maybe 3 park representatives met me. They were telling me I could have killed someone, and I believe I could have. They told me they were contacting the sheriff to possibly press charges. Once the park rangers met me, I knew I faked up bad. I literally had tears in my eyes as they were explaining the situation. They understood after talking to me. I was a newbie, and they only kicked me out of the park. I'm lucky and grateful no one was hurt. A trainer saw the board coming and blocked it with his own board, breaking both boards. I was 10. It was summer, and I was at a basketball camp. I'm sitting at the bleachers bottom seat and look behind me and notice what looks like a wrapped piece of candy, but it was odd and had been there a while, it looked like. Curious, I pull it out. I see a couple of high schoolers sit down next to me, but they're not noticing what I'm doing. I unwrap this cotton thing and can't figure out what the sheet is for. I inspect further and find a string. I'm kinda half paying attention to what I'm doing as I'm also watching my friends play ball. I casually start spinning it around, and after a minute or two hear, "Dude, what is that?" from the high school guy sitting to my left. I look down, casually shrug, and say, "I don't know, I just found it." In hindsight, not the best thing to say. Then I hear it say faking tampon. So loud it echoes. The girl sitting with him visibly cringes. I mean, full body shudders. I say, "Okay, what's that?" with a now concerned look on my face. The girl gets up and walks away. The coaches see this kid pointing and laughing at me and come over. They see the situation and ask what it was and where I got it. They looked visibly relieved when I told them I wrapped it. They said to put it down and kinda hid what happened from the other kids at camp. They still found out. They were walking around acting like they were spinning something. Not unlike the frog from those old WB commercials, while staring at me. I was humiliated. My mom explained, without description, that it was a girl's product. I didn't understand until much later. I was faking flabbergasted when I realized how sickeningly naive and stupid I looked, swinging around a faking tampon like it was no big thing. I forget about it having happened, but when I remember I cringe harder than the girl did who was sitting next to me. I have a worse one, if anyone wants to hear it. It was just more private. I was 15. I went to a school competition with a couple of other classmates and met 2 girls in the year younger than me and my friend. I was attracted to one of the girls immediately. We became friends and exchanged phone numbers, but I never text her. I was too shy. Well, fast forward a month or so, and we went on a school-wide trip to a swimming pool/ice skating rink. We had a choice: spend the first half of the day doing one activity and the second half doing the other. I chose swimming, then ice skating. This girl chose swimming both times. So during the ice skating, and after me waving embarrassingly at her multiple times, with her waving back I might add, my friend sussed it out. So we are all sitting around in the locker room bored with ice skating, and one of my friends brings her up. They tell me just to talk to her, ask her out, be confident. I was awkward and shy, so no, I couldn't do it. This went on for about 20 or so minutes, or so it seemed. I hadn't noticed that 2 of my friends had disappeared. They come back after the 20-minute period and exclaim loudly that they found her and asked her to be my girlfriend for me. She said yes. I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I denied that it had happened. Then we left the locker room, and this news spread like wildfire. Everyone was excited for me. Her best friend even came up to me and asked me if girl and I were dating. My main mistake. I said yes. After riding on cloud 9 for a little bit, my friends told me they were joking. They never met her. but by this point it had spread all around the ice rink. Everyone there knew. I never spoke to her after that. 2 years left of school, and avoiding her gaze, I knew she knew so I couldn't. Until about 7 years later I ran into her at a nightclub. We spoke briefly for a few seconds, then I left. I still couldn't get over that detail. Still haunts me 15 years later. I was in junior high and in 8th grade, and I had my first real girlfriend from the year before who I hadn't had my first kiss with until the October of 8th grade. Cute that we were too shy, right? Don't worry, it gets worse. In part 4, having our first kiss so far into our relationship, but mostly just being hormonal messes. From that point on my girlfriend and I constantly had the inclination to make out in the hallway every possible moment. We were both in band and had our lockers by the band room, and on several occasions I remember my poor band director having to tell us to get off of each other. On one particular occasion my girlfriend and I were making out in the hallway and my band director walked out and made eye contact with me mid-makeout, him being wide-eyed and with his mouth open nearly as wide as mine was. I profusely apologized and sheepishly walked off. To make things worse, we didn't stop and continued with this vile practice until her best friend snitched on us and we got detention. I'm ashamed to say that making out was not quite the only thing we had done around and inside the band room. Throughout high school I was occasionally reprimanded by the poor people who had their lockers by us, or the many kids who were forced to walk by us. To this day this is easily the most embarrassing thing I've ever been a part of, due to how long we actually did it for, the suffering I put my poor band director through, how many people actually knew about it. Random people in high school who I thought I was meeting for the first time knew me because of that, and the sheer fact that at that age I should realized how gross we were being. Don't worry, the degree of embarrassment from the eventual true realization has granted me the fantastic karma of social anxiety in the years since. TLDR, I was a gross as heathen teenager and made countless people suffer through a semester-long visual representation of my hormones. My best friend's house was a sanctuary we all used to stay at throughout our childhood. He had the coolest setup, big house, DirecTV, computer with games, various systems, and his mom let us watch rated R movies. Well, one weekend, there were 3 of us staying there, one being the best friend who lived in the house. Being younger and having access to DirecTV and the various late night channels, I decided to creep into the living room one night and turn on some Bourne. Everyone was asleep, so I thought, not knowing how DirecTV really worked, that it would be okay to get the good stuff from an actual Bourne station. I input the password on the controller my friend had told me for HBO and whatnot, and started up the channel. Immediately, I heard a noise and turned it off and pretended I was sleeping. Fast forward to a few weeks later, I found out my best friend had gotten in huge trouble for ordering Bourne on DirecTV. Rather than fess up and tell him I did because he knew it was one of us, I blamed the other friend, laughing and acting like he did it whilst I was in the living room with him, and did everything I could to stop him. Fast forward again to a little later as we are all in his mother's car headed to his house. My other friend, the blamed friend, started getting in trouble with the mom for ordering Bourne. Knowing that both of them are innocent, and I myself casting blame like an asshole, I sat there and stared out the window. I never said a word and lied my ass off for the longest time, saying he just was lying and clearly was the one to do it. In 2nd grade, I met my first crush. I was absolutely enamored by her, but so shy that I don't think I said an entire word to her aside from hi and see you later the whole year. Fast forward to 3rd grade, and she was no longer in my class, but in the class across the hall from mine. I knew I never had the courage to speak to her when she was in the same room, and now that she was across the hall meeting new friends, there was no hope. I did, however, remember her birthday. Our 2nd grade teacher put all the students' birthdays on her calendar and knew it wasn't far from mine. I gathered at her and I shared a birthstone, so at the Scholastic Book Fair I bought her a peridot ring. It took me days to even take it out of my book bag, even longer to keep it in my hand while I walked to class. I would keep bailing at the last second. I know one time I even walked by her and smiled while clutching the tiny box in my fist, going straight to my classroom. Finally, I broke. I decided on the day I would give it to her and walked to class with the box and a little note in hand. I was so relieved to see she wasn't there and handed the package to a friend of hers to pass along. Fast forward to the end of the day, what felt like weeks of agony and regret, and I'm walking down the hallway to go home for the day. I hear her call my name behind me. My heart stops. I turn. She's smiling, holding the package with a few of her friends around her. She motions for me to come closer. My legs tighten. I stand straight up. I raise my hand to my bro, straightened like a soldier, and shout, "I salute you." I turn around and walk away. Fuck, I hate 3rd grade me. I was a kid that would speak whatever I felt like. So one day, I was waiting with my mom in my pediatrician waiting room, where a man was sitting and waiting for an appointment to another medical specialty, I suppose. At some point, I pointed towards him and told really loud to my mom, "That man is so ugly." My mom felt so embarrassed that she still tells this story nowadays. She can now laugh, at least. But being a kind of no filter kid brought other funny situations. I used to go to a friend's place and once asked if I wanted to eat something. I'd ask, "What do you have for me to eat?" As if I were on a restaurant asking for the menu. My brother would feel embarrassed and tell my mom that he felt that wasn't a proper behavior. They also told me that sometimes you are not supposed to just accept food or demand it. The thing is, I couldn't draw a middle line between asking/demanding for food and completely refusing it. So one day, I went to that same friend's house, which wasn't as one of my best friends. There was a party. I didn't eat a thing. I completely refused to eat. I was hungry as hell though. At the end of the party, my friend's mom called mine and told her she was sad I wouldn't eat anything. She was even kind of offended. A similar situation happened around the same time. I refused to eat at another friend's party and told them I was still doing digestion and, thus, I couldn't eat. The thing was, I told this the whole afternoon, so, in my mind, my digestion took like 4 or 5 hours. From those days on, my mom only told me to ask nicely what they had to offer me to eat and not to be hasty asking for food. I was also getting older and started to understand that there's always a middle ground. My life seems to be a never-ending stream of these moments even now. Most of them I have gotten over, but there are a few that still pop into my mind when I'm trying to sleep. I think the two that I cringe the most at are, I was about 9 or 10 and was playing with some friends from the local housing estate. We were in the process of rounding everyone up, and I was nominated to go and call for Ashley, a girl from our class who lived there. Knocked on the door and her mum answered. Ashley was getting changed or something, so her mum invited me into the kitchen and chatted to me for a bit about school. I was leaning against a radiator while idly playing with the elastic on a bit of clothing, drying on it while talking. Suddenly the mum's boyfriend just bursts out laughing while the mum is trying her hardest not to do the same. I stand there confused for a few seconds until I look down and see that the piece of clothing I was messing with was a very skimpy pair of lace knickers. I go so red with embarrassment that my face was stinging and mumbled sorry while looking at the floor, which set the mum off laughing. The boyfriend is doing that cry laugh thing that sounds like he couldn't breathe. I decided on that the best thing to do was to just run, so I burst out the front door, down the steps, and sprinted off up the street past my very confused friends. Naturally Ashley's mum told all the other mums too, so for a few weeks I had to relive the embarrassment at other friends' houses while their parents laughed at me. The other story I told before, we were being given instructions on how to play some game in PE when I was in year 4 or 5. The PE teacher was explaining quietly how, when he said go, we should all run around and make as much noise as possible. I wasn't paying attention and thought he meant go now, so I ran off screaming at the top of my lungs while everyone else just stood there silently. Took about 10 seconds before I noticed it was only me running and screaming, and I then had to walk back to my place in line while the teacher looked at me like I was insane. I don't know if I'm too late, but here we go. Kinda NSFW? I don't know, I remember my kindergarten as one of the funniest times in my life. I loved going there. But still there is an action I did as a kid that still follows me to this day. So we used to have 2 baths and 2 toilets in one room. The overseers made a blurry transparent curtain between those toilets, so one of these toilets gets to used by the girls and the other one by the boys. One evening we do the same routine, and this time I'm the last boy in line to use the toilet. I actually do not care much, since I didn't had to pee urgently. The overseers are long gone with a message: finish your job fast and follow, and the overseers leave me and another girl that is being taking exceedingly long to pee so they can supervise the majority of the kids that were in the playing room. At last it is my turn and I undress. Right before sitting down on the toilet I hear a voice from behind the curtain. Our pippy *s are much better than yours. I don *t mind her and finish my job, wash my hands, and I'm ready to dress. She still sits on the toilet. She makes the same annoying comment, which for whatever reason puts me in a rage mode. So I open up the curtain, show her my mini pippy and count her the benefits of my pippy and how my pippy is way better than hers. She isn't slightly afraid of my uproar and even enjoys my reaction. After I have calmed down, she suddenly starts rubbing her pippy to mine. And at that moment we both get caught and we both are punished. I was really ashamed of what I did, but even more with whom I did this. The girl I was talking about was the most boring and unfun girl I've ever met in kindergarten, so it was double the pain. My mom always visits the kindergarten and talks to the supervisors and takes me back home afterwards. But till this day I do not know whether they have told this incident to my mother or not. I really hope they didn't *t. In 1st and 2nd grade I would cut bamboo shoots from a roadside near my house so that you had about 5 inches of hollow bamboo. I'd get about 10 to 15 of these 5 inches hollow pieces per bamboo shoot, then sell them as pea shooters for paper or whatever at school for kids to shoot things at each other for $1 per shooter. I made a bit over $100 this way over a month or so, and while I was gathering my newest harvest, a man drives up to me in the road and asks me what the hell I think I'm doing, and that his young daughter saw me peeping at her through these bamboo shoots, which overlook a neighborhood's backyards on the other side. I decide to grab my bike and ride back home, but he follows me, so I make my way through a few backyards, hide my bike in a bush, and climb a tree. After maybe 10 minutes 2 police cars turn, driving very slowly, onto the street I'm on, which is adjacent to the street I live on. I try to hide as best as possible as they circle the cul-de-sac, in the center of which has the tree I'm in. I was like 7, and waited there for about 3 hours, during which one more patrol car passed, then went home, and stopped selling pea shooters, and I got grounded for being out 2 hours past dark, not to mention the scrapes and bruises from fleeing and climbing the tree. Another was peeing my pants in 1st grade. I've had irritable bowels my whole life, and long story short, the teachers stopped believing me every time I had to go to the bathroom. One day, about 20 minutes before school ended, I had to piss really badly, so I asked my teacher, and she told me to hold it until the end of class. Well, I ended up peeing my pants with 20 minutes left, started crying during the pledge, then ran out of school to my mom bawling my eyes out. Oh god, why? The Chevy Chase incident. My mother and I were on a bus taking a tour of something, don't remember what exactly, and our tour guide was a very animated, charismatic guy who loved to crack jokes, and he looked like Chevy Chase. I asked my mother, is that Chevy Chase? And she said no, but yes, he does look a bit like him. I insisted that it was truly Chevy Chase, but unfortunately couldn't prove it. I studied him for the whole tour, and the more I watched his mannerisms and the way he talked, the more I was convinced he was Chevy Chase. I even came up with a whole story that he did this on the side to practice his off-the-cuff jokes. So this was in 1993, and Chevy Chase had the Chevy Chase Show, very short-lived. So I'm studying him while he talked to a family, and I hear him end with, so I'm definitely going to use it in my show. Then he looks at me and winks. At this point this man is 100% Chevy Chase, and knows I know. I insist to my mother that this is Chevy Chase giving a tour to a bunch of families on a Saturday, and my mother insists it isn't so. So I muster all my 10-year-old courage, walk up to him, interrupt his conversation, and ask, are you Chevy Chase? He laughs and says no. But of course that's what Chevy Chase would say in a situation such as this. He says his name is Richard Bauer. I do not believe this. I ask him to sign his name on a piece of paper. I insist it. Everyone is looking at me like I'm a weirdo. He signs the paper. It is a simple signature, Richard Balla. I walk away mortified. So while not as horrible as some of these others, I still cringe at my insistence that I had discovered an incognito Chevy Chase. And it seared into my mind clearly, since I still remember his name. Richard Balla, if you are still out there, wonder if you still think about the kid who thought you were Chevy Chase. I was an awkward piece of shit that had no idea how to talk to people. The highlights was at a friend's birthday party. He invited a lot of really popular people, and they all came. I had no idea what to do, so I chugged a 2L of coke, burped so loud I thought I crapped myself, laid down. Then another awkward friend grabbed my leg and dragged me around the party. Why? I have no idea. Was talking to a girl in HS. Really into her. Had no idea how to talk to her. Female friends are trying to guide me. Stand behind her at a football game and rest my head on her head. She was short, which causes me to pull her hair. I bail on the situation and sulk. We go to the movies with her older sister, and some ad is talking about young people. I yell young people suck. Her sister asks what did he say? She repeats it. I'm mortified. Why do I do things that I do? Really into another girl. Talking a lot. She ends up dating 3 of my close friends over the course of 2 years. I actually, at one point, drive her and my one friend on dates because he lost his license. Self-worth wasn't big on my list of anythings at the time. Separate girl invites me over to her house. We are watching TV when she loudly announces her parents aren't home and won't be for a few hours. I show her Bo Burnham videos on my phone. She awkwardly moves over to the opposite side of the couch and turns the TV up louder. My entire 13 to 18 years were a dumpster fire. I was probably 12 or so, in the throes of middle school awkwardness and just trying to keep my head down and suffer through all the uncomfortable moments puberty has to offer. My church always did this sort of walk-through drama of Bethlehem the night Jesus was born. We'd basically turn an entire section of the church into a set, fill it with sand and people would walk through. People from the church would dress up and be slaves, Roman guards, craftsmen, shepherds, rabbi, etc. and at the very end would be Joseph, Mary, and baby Jesus. I signed up to be a potter. You get to sit at a pottery wheel all afternoon just fiddling around. Unbeknownst to me at the time, my mother signed my brother and I up to play music in the sanctuary while people waited to go through. The music director was always trying to get us to play every chance he could, and my mother was an easy target. Obviously I can't be 2 places at once, but they told me it would be okay because they'd send someone to come get me out of Bethlehem a few minutes before I was supposed to go up on stage, play my song, and then I could go back to being a potter for the next 45 minutes or so until it was my turn to play again. Of course, I had signed up for the dirtiest job I could have asked for, so my mother's solution was to make me wear an old, stained slip over my black dress, with my potter's costume over that. Unfortunately, they forgot to come get me until maybe 5 minutes before I was supposed to go. I dashed out of there, tried desperately to get the clay off my hands and out of my fingernails, ripped my costume off, grabbed my violin, and was at the sanctuary door right as I was supposed to go out. Just before the door opened, the woman directing gave me a quick up and down and asked, "Is that your dress?" And being as flustered as I already was, I hastily answered yes and walked out on stage. I stepped out, saw the 300 to 400 people all sitting in the pews, then got blinded by stage lights and glanced down to spare my retinas, only to see to my utter horror, the slip. I had forgotten to take it off and had been in such a rush that I hadn't even glanced down until I was already in front of half of my town's community. I had no choice but to stand there for the 4 whole minutes it took to play the song, basically an eternity, looking like a lost homeless child and praying that I'd spontaneously combust. I would give anything to erase those 4 minutes from existence. TLDR, I accidentally walked out on stage in front of 400 people in one of my mother's old, tattered slips and had to perform while looking like a neglected child. I was in grade 3 or 4, so 8 or 9 years old, and I was invited to a birthday party for one of the other boys in my class. I can still remember how excited I was. Not only was it going to be a sleepover, but we were also going to an indoor pool with a super tall diving board. All of the boys from my class were invited. So fast forward to the party. My parents dropped me off at the party, and then we all went over to the pool. Now this was my first ever sleepover, and I was always a pretty awkward and shy kid. My parents had split up when I was younger, and it screwed me up pretty badly. I had a lot of anxiety issues. I can still remember how excited I was to jump off of the diving board, but also how extremely anxious I was about not embarrassing myself in front of all of the other boys. By the time we got changed and to the pool, my stomach was in knots. There was a huge line. Really, I doubt it was more than 20 people, but it seemed like it was hundreds deep at the time. So I got in line and waited my turn. The whole time my stomach was getting worse. Once I got to the bottom of the ladder, I realized why my stomach was so upset. I had to sheet, and it was quickly becoming an emergency. Each rung of the ladder was excruciating. I was clenching my cheeks as hard as I could. By the time I got to the top, I had completely forgotten that I didn't want to do anything that the other boys might think was weird or dumb. I needed to get to the bathroom as soon as possible, so I ran as fast as I could down the diving board, screaming the whole way. Ah, sploosh. I dove all the way to the bottom of the pool. The pressure in my gut was too much, and an ungodly amount of sheet blasted out of my ass. I panicked, knowing that I had to get away from the sheet that was now slowly floating to the surface. I swam as fast as I could to the other end of the pool. Before I climbed out of the pool, I checked to make sure I wasn't covered in sheet. Amazingly, there was no trace of it, and I was convinced that I had gotten away with it. That's when the screaming and whistles started. The whole time I was checking that I wasn't covered in sheet, other people were diving into the pool, right into my sheet. The lifeguards kicked everyone out of the pool. It had to be drained. We had been there for 10 minutes, and it was already time to go. Somehow no one figured out that it was me. It's been 25 years and I can still vividly remember the look on my friend's face when his dad told him that the pool party was over and we had to leave before he was able to dive. I'm the youngest sibling, and one day I came home from school to find my brother and his friends hanging out in the basement playing pool. Being the youngest, I wasn't always allowed to hang out with them, so I had to be extra cool to not spoil this rare time hanging with the older boys. Well, I get thirsty and go to the fridge to get something to drink and notice there is a bottle of brown liquid on the counter. My young mind instantly thinks they are drinking booze. I'm maybe 8, so I have no idea what booze smells like or tastes like, so I give it a sniff and it smells funky, so I think it must be booze. Not wanting to spoil my time with them by openly drinking their booze, I start sneaking sips here and there. It's funky tasting, but I figure it's an acquired taste, and hey, I'm hanging with the big boys. If they can drink it, I can too. Well, finally one of the guys asks for the bottle, and at this point I can't wait to tell them how cool I am, that I've been playing pool and drinking with them all afternoon. I blurt out, "I drank some of your booze." To which every single one of them stops and turn to me with blank looks on their faces, and my brother asks, "What booze?" To which I proudly go get the mysterious bottle of brown liquid and take a sip to show how cool I am. They all burst out laughing hysterically, and my brother tells me that's their dip spit bottle. I had been sneaking sips of the big boy's dip spit. I spent the next hour hugging the toilet trying to puke out every single ounce of liquid in my belly. I still gag to this day when I think about it. I was watching TV in the living room by myself one evening when I saw a shadow fall across the frosted window pane in the front door of the house. My mom was gone for the evening doing something. I remembered she had said that my little sister would be getting dropped off at our house from her dance class, presumably by someone else's mom. Being a jerk of a big brother, I decided to give her a scare. I jumped up and yanked the front door open and gave a full-throated shout. Howard Dean style kinda. In front of me were 3 people I didn't recognize. Also, I was in my underwear. I ran up the stairs where my other sister was in her room. I breathlessly tried to explain the situation, but obviously she had no idea what I was talking about. Eventually I convinced her to go downstairs to answer the door. A few minutes later she came back up and told me that the 3 people there were from a church where I had recently attended a lock-in with a friend. They were there to proselytize to me. They had seen themselves in and made themselves comfortable in the living room. Seeing no way out, I recruited my sister to fetch me some clothes. Eventually I came down and did whatever I had to do to get rid of them. Yes, I have been saved. Yes, I know what it means to be saved, etc. I'm sure they thought they were faced with some possessed heathen, so they had to make double sure. During the middle of that conversation my little sister let herself in from her dance class and looked quizzically at the strangers assembled inside. I can still physically feel the embarrassment when it comes up. The family loves to tell that one on me. Not sure if 16 still counts as a kid, but it's hands down the thing that haunts me in the middle of the night when I can't seem to sleep. My cool uncle was a game developer for a small studio that made a game series that wasn't super popular, but you've probably heard of it. He would meet with his cool coworkers after work every few Fridays and play board games in their conference room. He invited me to stay for the weekend and join them for game night. I already looked up to him because he was a game dev and also had a lot of the same hobbies and interests and is 15 years older than me. So I was incredibly excited to see the studio where he worked and meet other people who made the games I've played. Well, we end up playing a board game version of an RTS. I think it was Age of Mythology. I just remember the box having Greek gods on the cover. None of us had played this game before, so we were learning as we went, and it took forever. I think the game lasted like 6 hours. Anyways, we'd all been playing for 4 or 5 hours at this point. Everyone is tired, but determined to win, but the room is completely silent because everyone was so focused on what to do on their turn. I'm feeling anxious around all these adults being serious, so I get this stupid faking idea to try and lighten the mood with laughter. So, completely unprovoked, I just hurt out with, so anyways, I was knee deep in the beach. And then I proceeded to do the most horrible sounding gutter laugh. Like, I can't even properly describe it, but imagine someone laughing while slurping up ice cream from the ground. No one said a word as I laughed for about 3 seconds before stopping. I turned to look at my uncle, and he just shook his head in shame as everyone at the table stared at me. Pretty sure I didn't say anything else the rest of the night, unless it was my turn. I did end up winning though, so I've got that going for me, which I nice. I guess I wasn't technically a kid, more like a fresh teenager. Same thing, right? My youth group was going on a hike on a waterfall trail. I had it bad for this kid named Steven. Real bad. I'd never had the hots for a boy my age this much, so I was super excited for the hike. My dad was driving a bunch of us in one car, and I made damn sure me and him were in the backseat of the van with some other boy named Zach. I tried not to be overbearing. The ride was really nice. We joked the entire time and laughed a bunch. We got to the trail and lo and behold, Steven hiked with me. I'm a very slow hiker and I figured he'd probably go with a fast group, seeing as he was this young and fit kid. He hiked with me, we laughed, had a good time, got to the waterfalls. I was trying to get on a rock and he helped me up. The sweetener is a walk home. Zach, him and I were walking together, and he made a joke about wanting to hibernate. So, he put his arm around me and his head on my shoulder and pretended to sleep. I saw this as a normal guy friend thing. Then, his hand kept brushing mine, and he was practically walking me off the trail standing so close to me. I was so tired from the hike I totally missed this blatantly obvious sign and brushed it off. I still kick myself to this day. It's probably for the best, though. I still see him on Facebook. He didn't age too well. Plus, I found a really nice guy 2 years later, and we'll be hitting our 2-year anniversary in March. Still, whenever I'm just about to fall asleep, I remember how stupid I was.